Chapter 408. Su Fingnian rubbed his forehead and pondered. This woman looks quite amiable. When he was threatened by her heart, the first thing she did was tell him to run for his life. Why is she still so stubborn? She doesn't know how to be tactful at all. Su Fingnian sighed heavily. Well, it seems that he won't be able to clean up his mess. Anyway, at that time, in order to not cause trouble for the fish dragon gang, he had asked the hook-nosed old man for a copy of Legend of the Ram. This would dispel the doubts of Jianghu people outside of the chess and sword music school. It also meant that as long as Wang Weishua was careful, he would be in trouble. After he parted ways with the fish dragon gang in Luqing, he would make a big fuss anyway. You chess and sword music school can do whatever you want. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Huang Baozhuang hesitated for a moment and gestured with her slender fingers. I'll only say that I saw you and that you wanted me to spit out the pearl. But I won't say your name, your sword, or your mask. Su Fingnian was stunned for a moment. With a bright smile on his face, he took 2 steps forward and spread his arms as if he wanted to give her a goodbye hug. Huang Baozhuang blushed and took 2 steps back. How could Su Fingnian, who grew up surrounded by rouge and powder, give up just like that? He continued to shamelessly take 2 steps forward, and there was even a hint of pitiful innocence on his face that seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. Shan Jianqing of the chess, sword and music school became even more bashful, his cheeks like peach blossoms, and he took a step back. 2 steps to 1 step. How could the experienced playboy His Royal Highness not know the mystery behind it? Did he think that the countless gold, silver, jewelry and silk were given for free? Su Fingnian hugged the woman who didn't like him but just wasn't good at rejecting him. He sniffed her hair that was tied up with a red sandalwood hairpin and smiled mischievously. In the future, I'll go to the chess and sword music school to find you when I have the chance. If you feel that you're at a disadvantage when I hug you, you can hug me back. Finally, he was willing to let go of Huang Baozhuang. He did not know if it was because of the pearl in her mouth or because of her innate talent as the dragon concubine. But her body was as cool as a spring in the summer, and as warm as a jade in the winter. Su Fingnian stepped out from her side, deliberately not looking at her tearful and aggrieved expression. With one hand supporting himself on the city wall, he leaped down the city wall and left Yanhui Pass, heading toward the desert. Huang Baozhuang stood at the top of the city wall in a daze. She had once heard from her master, who had traveled all over the world, that there were wild geese from the south returning to the north at Yanhui Pass, passing through with reed leaves in their mouths. If she was lucky, she might even be able to see the mirage. She had mustered up the courage to ask the manor head for permission to go on this trip. After a long time, Huang Baozhuang's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly turned around and saw 2 people standing at the end of the blue brick corridor. She relaxed and smiled. In Huang Baozhuang's vision, there were 2 men standing side by side. One of them was unbelievably tall and sturdy. He was almost as tall as Huang Baozhuang and Su Fingnian. This giant's skin was a rare golden copper color. The giant man who looked like an immortal from the heavens had a wooden expression. Beside him stood a man who looked even sharper than him. He looked to be in his early 30s and held a string of heads that looked like candied haws. Some of the heads had dried blood, and their faces looked dry. Some of the heads still had blood dripping down, but they were still vivid and lifelike. Old Gusong's head was among them. He must have been extremely terrified before his death because the facial features on his head were twisted. If His Royal Highness was still at the top of the city wall, he would definitely mistake this person for the young Wang Xianji from Martial Arch City. They didn't look alike, but they were 2 alike. The man who looked to be in his 30s handed the huge string of candied haws to the bronze man beside him. He walked towards Huang Baozhuang and smiled. Only Huang Baozhuang would think that he was smiling. Any ordinary person who had some worldly wisdom would feel a chill all over their body when they saw this man's smile. This was because his eyes didn't have pupils and only had a strange silvery white color. He took out the Qingfu Sword Codex and stared at Huang Baozhuang for a moment before he slowly said, I went to the Bailiang border city with the bronze man to return a gift to that Qin Jibao who killed our Beimeng royal family. On the way back, I picked up a few secret manuals. This Qingfu Sword Codex should be given to you. I won't hand it over to the prefecture lord. After this man handed over the Qingfu Sword Codex, he didn't say anything else. He rose from the ground and pierced into the sky like a feather arrow. The entire top of the city wall shook with his step. Huang Baozhuang saw this senior martial brother step on the back of a large goose that was at the front of the line, and flew towards the north. She held the Qingfu sword codex, with pure reverence in her eyes. This senior martial brother was Hong Jingyan. He once pointed to his eyes while playing chess and said that in the entire world, he only saw two people. One was Wang Xianji and the other was Tuoba. Huang Baozhuang's bronze man grandmaster's left shoulder tilted downwards. She jumped up with a smile and stood on his shoulder. In the desert shrouded in moonlight, the bronze giant carried 6 or 7 heads in its hands and ran wildly towards the north with the woman. In Beimang, only a few immortal mansions like the chess and sword music school would have this scene of rolling green mountains. Huang Baozhuang liked this 6th-class name from the bottom of her heart. She didn't want to lie to this home that didn't have any family. Secretly hiding something was already her limit. In the silent night, the old scholar carried a heavy bamboo bookcase to the top of the city wall. He looked at the shattered stone tablet and shook his head in pity, muttering to himself about the younger generation. The old man with a face full of hardships stood alone below the platform. He had been away from his home for more than 20 years. Whether it was because of homesickness or some other mischievous thoughts, it was time to return home. Chapter 409. Su Fengnian finally caught up with the fish dragon gang before they entered the city. It was not a pleasant journey for the whole night and 2 days. After his ocean of qi was severely damaged by the woman, more than 300 aperture acupoints were turned upside down. Later, he found that she had implanted a lot of external qi as sharp as sword qi. It was extremely difficult to peel off the cocoon. In order not to delay the cultivation of the sword, Su Fengnian almost went crazy after removing those disgusting and impure qi. It was like looking for a few ants and cicadas in the huge Yanhui Pass. It was extremely difficult. However, he still delayed the sword for a day, and Su Fengnian scolded him all the way. Fortunately, this kind of extremely delicate and laborious work was similar to the way he carved the chess pieces in the Qingshui Pavilion sword practice record on Mount Wudong. It had an indescribable benefit for digging deeper into the mystery of the Big Yellow Courtyard. The Big Yellow Courtyard was like a sword embryo. Old Man Li's 2-sleeved green snake was hammered by the weight of 10,000 caddies, while the latter was the quenching of the famous sword when it was finished. Both were indispensable. After Su Fengnian reunited with the fish dragon gang, he stopped the basic secret skill of the Big Yellow Court. Young Wang Dashi was very happy. Lu Narong and Gong Sunyang, who must have bought the bowstring, nodded to Su Fengnian. The city of Leaving was as prosperous as the big city of Lingzhou in the hinterland of Beiliang. The people of the fish dragon gang, who were desolate after coming out of the Tuma Pass, no longer felt angry and hostile. They only felt that they had finally come back to life. Su Fengnian had a forged letter from the former army supervisor of weapons. The handwriting was exactly the same, but the content was changed. The seal was even more genuine. Even the ink paste was taken from the treasures on this Wu San official's desk. Ordinary people could not imagine that the boorish general would fall in love with the Kuei Hong ink paste from the House of 8 Treasures. This further confirmed the absolute authenticity of the secret letter. According to the introduction in the letter, Su Fengnian had transformed into the nephew of a distinguished guest in the general's mansion, and his surname was Su. Su Fengnian naturally knew the address of the meeting. After entering the city, he asked someone for the way. Su Fengnian led the fish dragon gang to a mansion that was actually built by officials and businessmen in Jiangnan. After the gatekeeper reported the secret letter, a thin old man in luxurious silk walked out. His footsteps were hurried. After seeing Su Fengnian, they first bowed to each other. The old man asked the gatekeeper to settle the people of the fish dragon gang. Then he warmly took Su Fengnian's arm and stepped over the threshold together. He laughed and said, "I have been friends with Brother Qi for many years. Sister-in-law's frosty eggplant was delicious. Even now when I think about it, I still drool. There is no such delicacy in Leaving City." Su Fengnian looked embarrassed and said, "Sister-in-law's eggplant is too spicy and salty. Uncle Wei is used to it." The thin old man squinted and smiled. He nodded slightly and held Su Fengnian's arm more tightly. He laughed and said, "Spicy and salty is the best way to eat. How are Brother Chi and sister-in-law's health? Su Fengnian sighed with a gloomy face. Sister-in-law's health is good. It's just that uncle has an old lung disease when he was young. He can't get rid of it. When it rains, he coughs nonstop. It's worrying. The old man was silent for a while and said in a low voice, I have some snow lotuses here. You can bring some back for Brother Chi and stew it with rock sugar. It can nourish the stomach and lungs. Su Fengnian made a gesture of wanting to bow in gratitude. The old man quickly supported him and pretended to be angry. You child, we're all family. Why are you treating us as outsiders? Although the land in Luqing wasn't as expensive as in the cities of the two dynasties, it still cost 60 to 70,000 taels of silver to buy a decent residence. The residence of the old man, surnamed Wei, was a large residence with 5 entrances. It was impossible to buy it without 150,000 taels of silver. If there was such a residence in Great Peace City, it would be the envy of many third-rank officials who had been officials for many years. Going around the screen wall and the fake mountain, they walked along the central path. On the 2 sides, there was an accountant's house and a family school. The hall was grand and magnificent. Further in was the flower hall where banquets and music were held. There would most likely be a small pond filled with lotus flowers. This was probably the common characteristic of the residences of Jiangnan officials and merchants. The courtyard was deep, elegant and quiet. Su Fengnian saw the armchairs in the hall that didn't quite match the style of Jiangnan. He smiled slightly and said, Uncle Wei really is nostalgic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used these Southern Tang beauty seats. The old man sat and talked with Su Fengnian, Lu Nerong and Gong Sunyang. When the 3 guests were seated, he placed his butt on the beauty seats and smiled from the bottom of his heart. In this life, I won't be able to return to my roots, but I have to remember where I'm from, right? The old man sat down with a dozen or so shops in Luqing. He exchanged polite greetings with Lu Nerong and Gong Sunyang. Compared to Su Fengnian, who was his nephew, he was clearly much colder. He quickly stood and said, I'm going to personally count the goods. I have to sell them for a good price for the military inspector. Otherwise, I can't afford to lose face. No need to see me off. Treat this as your own home. The 2 young and pretty servant girls stayed in the hall to serve people. Naturally, they were closer to Master Su, who was more like a relative to the old master. The tea had only cooled a little before they asked Master Su delicately if he wanted to change the tea. Chapter 410. In the accounting room, old Fartway looked at the main hall through the window. He seemed to have remembered something. With his back to the 3 accountants, he took out the secret letter from his sleeve and dipped it in his saliva. Then he used his yellowed fingernail to scratch the seal. He wiped it with his saliva and sniffed it. He heaved a sigh of relief and put the letter back into his sleeve. He nodded and muttered, It's this smell. This business trip is not bad. Old Fartway, who was able to lay a foundation in Luqing, narrowed his eyes and dozed off. He then smiled knowingly. Since you are really Brother Chi's distant nephew, and you have worked hard on this journey, as your uncle, shouldn't I go to the Golden Phoenix Pavilion to invite you back? It's just that I don't know what this nephew likes. If it's something bland, it would save me a lot of money and trouble. Qiushui and Chun, the 2 maids in the main hall, would be good. This old uncle is already so old. I have the heart but not the strength to eat. Before entering the city, Lu Nerong had reminded the gang members to be careful when living under someone else's roof. Actually, she was overthinking. Along the way to the north, the Fish Dragon gang was no longer as complacent as when they first left Lingzhou. This trip to Beimang, they had seen the arrogance and treachery of the military family's disciples. They had also personally experienced the cruel methods of the soldiers. They had also seen the scene of the Jianghu people snatching the secret manuals. They had already been polished to the point that they did not have any temper to speak of, especially the 3 strong young men who had followed Miss Lu into Yanhui Pass. They spoke of the lady's shining white thighs, her heavy twin peaks, and how she had stomped a big hole in the strong men. This made the Fish Dragon gang members even more terrified. Old Fartway, who had been calculating all his life, was very meticulous. He first asked the housekeeper to sound out the situation. After the dinner, the nephew nodded his head, and Miss Lu from the Fish Dragon gang tacitly agreed. After the banquet, He sent people to bring the members of the Fish Dragon Gang to the brothel in Luyu City to drink. The brothel was not the highest grade in the city. It was not that old Fart Wei could not afford it, but he was afraid of causing trouble. The brothel was the most unreasonable place in the city. Old Fart Wei had a lot of assets, but in the northern Mang, silver could make the devil turn the millstone. The premise was that you had to let the silver pass through the hands of the rich and powerful first. It was fine to do business with these people, but if you were jealous of them in the brothel, they would fall out faster than flipping a book. Old Fart Wei did not want to get into trouble, just because of his relationship with the weapons supervisor house. The Wei residents intentionally or unintentionally arranged for Lu Nerong and Su Fingyan to stay in the room at the back of the flower hall, separated from the rest of the Fish Dragon Gang. Su Fingyan's bath and change of clothes were taken care of by two delicate and pretty maids. His Royal Highness did not blush with shame, but the two maids who had never done such things before were extremely embarrassed. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, Su Fingyan walked out of the room and knocked on the door next door. Lu Nerong opened the door and remained silent. She sat by the window and looked at the pool. The cool breeze brushed past her face. Compared to the previous trip to the desert, it was like being in a fairyland. Su Fingyan picked up a pear and took a bite. He asked, "Are you still angry about the Fish Dragon Gang going to the brothel?" Lu Nerong glared fiercely at this bastard, who said that going to the brothel was as normal as eating. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Fortunately, I am not a member of the Fish Dragon Gang. Otherwise, I would be angered to death by you, the future gang leader. It was not easy for me to survive until I reached Lu City. My eyes are burning with anger. My Miss Lu, of course you don't have any thoughts as a woman, but do you think it is easy for a man?" Lu Nerong said angrily. "Then why don't you do that kind of dirty business?" Su Fingyan suddenly felt sad and his face was full of desolation. Lu Nerong was confused. After looking at each other for a while, she seemed to have discovered an earth-shattering secret. For the first time, she showed a sympathetic look and asked in a low voice, "You can't do it?" Su Fingyan took a bite of the juicy pear and said angrily, "It's none of your business whether I can do it or not." Lu Nerong's expression was very strange, as if she had confirmed that fact. She very considerately changed the topic and asked, "When we reach Lu City, there shouldn't be any problems, right?" Su Fingyan nodded and said, "Generally speaking, with Wei Feng's ability, this transaction is considered a success. When you return to Lingzhou, he will secretly take care of you." Lu Nerong said angrily, "Since he has this ability, why didn't he help earlier?" Su Fingyan calmly asked back, "Is he your father or are you his daughter-in-law? Why do you need to spend money and favors to help? Don't tell me that this deal has anything to do with Wei Feng. For an old fox like him who doesn't lack money, if the Fish Dragon Gang doesn't have the ability to send it to Lucheng, then they can forget about getting close to him in the future. After all, he is a prominent figure in Lucheng. Do you really think that an off-duty weapons supervisor in Lingzhou is a big shot? It's just because of his feelings. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy and get money. If it doesn't, then Wei Feng will just lose some dispensable incense money. When doing business, in the end, other than the goods, you also have to put the person's ability on the scale to calculate the weight. If your Fish Dragon Gang wants to live comfortably, in the end, you still have to work hard. If you become the leading gang in Lingzhou, Wei Feng might have to turn around and curry favor with you." Lu Nerong was sad. They looked at each other for a long time without saying anything. She who had been in a trance suddenly followed this guy's line of sight and looked down. Wasn't it her legs? Lu Nerong flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Damn rogue, where are you looking?" That guy actually slammed the table confidently, scaring her. He said shamelessly, "Is it against the law?" Chapter 411. When the servant girl brought a pot of tea and left, Gong Sunyang gently locked the door and poured a cup of tea. It was a white porcelain cup of light green tea, sparkling and lovely. He picked up the cup but put it down. His feet were poisoned, so he endured the pain and took off his shoes and socks. He was over 40 years old, but he was still standing. Gong Sunyang looked out the window and sighed. He endured the pain and took off his shoes and socks, lost in thought. In his youth, wherever the iron hooves of the Su royal banner passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. With a thunderous momentum, they stormed the western Shu imperial city. When the grievous news of his father's death came, his grandfather wrote a suicide poem and sacrificed himself for the country. It was said that Shishu was second only to West Shu. Their suicide poems were the most popular in the 8 kingdoms. Although the old emperor of Shishu was mediocre and incompetent at governing, it was precisely because he was such an incapable ruler that when he was taken away by his loyal servants, he passed by the Qingyun street where the officials of Shishu gathered. It was filled with the cries of their families after the officials died. Most of the people who fled were like him, young boys and girls. There were very few young men who took off their official robes and mingled with the refugees. Who would have thought that those men who stayed at home, drank all the wine, hung themselves, and slit their throats with swords would have been cursing the emperor in court just a day ago? Perhaps they had just suffered the humiliation of being flogged a month ago? The Gongsun family of Shishu was good at using arrows in rapid succession. Gongsun Yang reached out to touch the reloaded horn bow on the table. Tears streamed down his face and his lips trembled. There was a knock on the door. Gongsun Yang quickly wiped away his tears and calmed his mind. He said to wait, put on his shoes and socks, and limped to open the door. Seeing that it was young Master Su, the latter said self-deprecatingly, I was chased by Miss Lu with a sword, so I could only escape to Senior Gongsun to avoid disaster. Gongsun Yang laughed softly and said, it just so happens that there is a pot of good tea here. It is better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Su Fingyan closed the door and sat down at the table. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. Gongsun Yang moved the horn bow and held the thin porcelain cup with 2 fingers. He slowly drank the cold tea. Su Fingyan reached out to pour the tea. He paused and asked, there is something I don't know if I should say. Gongsun Yang's heart sank, but his expression remained the same. Young Master Su, please speak your mind. After Su Fingyan finished pouring the tea, he stroked the edge of the thin cup with 1 finger and said calmly, I have inquired with the local people in Yanhuiguan. There is only one long-established bao shop in the city. The old man surnamed Zhang has a cold temperament. If you can't pull the 2 stone bows at the door, he won't do business with you. Bao Changzhang, I think it is most likely a fake surname. This shop was easy to find and inquire about. With the strength of Elder Gongsuan's arms, he shouldn't have been stopped at the door. Then, I accidentally learned from Miss Lu that Senior Gongsun only arrived at the city gate after 2 hours. With Senior's feelings for the fish dragons, he wouldn't deliberately leave Miss Lu and the 3 members of the fish dragons in a dangerous place like Yanhui Pass. Then I guessed that Senior didn't have much money with him, so he spent more than half an hour bargaining there. But on second thought, it seemed unlikely. With Senior's experience in Jianghu, and he is also a master of continuous arrows, he should know the market price of string silk. So I asked myself, is it because Senior Gongsun and that old man Zhang are old friends? Is it because they are catching up? But I was curious, how close was their relationship that the future leader of the fish dragons had to wait for half an hour at the city gate? Senior Gongsun, can you tell me? Gongsun Yang hesitated for a moment. Su Fingyan smiled and said, Senior, don't worry. Take your time. I just came to drink tea and chat. I can afford to wait. Gongsun Yang put down the teacup and asked slowly, did the military supervisor of weapons and young Master Su set a trap for the fish dragons? Su Fingyan sneered, Gongsun Yang, you are you, and the fish dragons are the fish dragons. At this time, you still want to confuse the public? There is no doubt that the fish dragons have a clean background. Lu Nerong and even Xiao Chong were kept in the dark by you. This deal was facilitated by you. What I want to know now is what information you gave to Old Man Zhang. Was it the military defense map of Bailiang? Or was it the distribution of the Bailiang army? I think it was a combination of both. That's why you stayed in the bao shop for so long. What kind of big pie did the Northern Mang paint for you? Is it to recover Western Shu in the future? Or is it to destroy the Bailiang cavalry? Or is it to support the Gongsun family of Western Shu? Gongsun Yang's expression was complicated. He said, since young Master Su still dares to attend the meeting alone, I think it's not wrong. Young Master Su hides his strength, and is at least at the 2nd stage. Gongsun Yang just wants to know how much money young Master Su can earn with the head on my shoulder, and the Bao shopping Yin Hui Pass. How much can he earn? Chapter 412. Su Fingnian glanced at Gong Sun Yang's hands, which were resting on the edge of the table, and said with a smile, I can even kill Xiao Chong. Killing you, Gong Sun Yang, who has fallen back to 3rd rank, won't be difficult. Besides, how far are we from each other? Even if you manage to raise your horn bow and quiver and pull away enough distance for a string of arrows, do you really think you can escape from the Wei estate? Will Wei Feng let Bei Meng know that a son of a Bailiang general has come to the city? At that time, not to mention Wei Feng and I, the fish dragons will be the first to die tragically. Loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness don't need to be mentioned. Loyalty and righteousness, to you, Gong Sun Yang, seems to be dispensable. The mild-tempered Gong Sun Yang's face turned ferocious. His 10 fingers grabbed the edge of the table like hooks, but he still didn't make a sound. The table trembled slightly, causing the 2 cups of tea to ripple. The aroma of the tea grew stronger. Su Fingnian stretched out 2 fingers to press down on the thin, white, and translucent teacup. He lowered his head to look at the surface of the tea in the cup and said emotionlessly, Have you ever thought about how a single Gong Sun Yang, or perhaps several hundred people like you who have been hibernating in northern Liang without regard for their lives and live like dogs? Yes, you have racked your brains to send information to northern Mang in an unending stream, wishing that you could break northern Liang's foundation day and night. But if there really comes a day when Bailiang's 300,000 cavalrymen are all wiped out under Bei Meng's all-out attack, the entire Bailiang will be filled with smoke, and everyone will be satisfied. But when the north gate is opened, how many people will die in the old western Shu, the old southern Tang, the old eastern Yu, and the old west Shu? 20 years ago, you were a stray dog. Even as a stray dog these years, you still have a strong sense of righteousness, not hesitating to flirt with the Bei Meng barbarians for the sake of national enmity. If the Bailiang cavalry really is defeated one day, all the Han people in the world will change into barbarians' clothes. How interesting. Gong Sun Yang, I really admire you survivors of a perished country, who remember the righteousness of spring and autumn. Without waiting for Gong Sun Yang to retort, Su Fingnian, who seemed to have lost interest, flicked his finger, and the porcelain cup filled with tea began to spin, not spilling a single bit of tea. Looking at the teacup, Su Fingnian said self-deprecatingly, It's quite boring to say such empty words. Gong Sun Yang said, As long as young Master Su can promise not to drag the fish dragons into the fire, Gong Sun Yang is willing to surrender. Gong Sun Yang's Gong Sun Yang, Gong Sun Yang's Gong Sun Yang. Senior Gong Sun, please don't test me. If I have any ulterior motives towards the fish dragon gang, I have 100 ways to destroy them. I will help you pick up the word, that you lost. I'll give you the word loyalty as well. How about that? Gong Sun Yang's cloudy eyes gradually became clear. He leaned back and leaned heavily on the back of the chair. He looked like a short-sighted old farmer, who didn't know where to put his life after carrying a burden for so many years. Now he could finally take a break. Gong Sun Yang smiled. Now I know that there are benefits to being alone. I'm sorry to old gang leader Lu. And I Rong is a good girl. I hope young Master Su can treat her well. I'll have to rely on young Master Su to take care of her when she returns to Lingzhou. As for how to explain it to her, I'm sure with young Master Su's wisdom, it won't be too difficult. Su Fingnian shook his head. You don't need me to explain anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Nerong, who had accidentally come to Gong Sun Yang's place to discuss business, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She suddenly pushed open the door. As tough as she was, she bit her lips and shook her head. Uncle Gong Sun, don't die. She was dejected and powerless. Let's go back to Lingzhou together, okay? Gong Sun Yang rubbed his eyes and didn't look at Lu and I Rong. He said softly, It's a pity that I don't have any wine. Young Master Su, it shouldn't be a problem to drink a cup of tea, right? Just as he reached out his hand, he stopped. He who was about to die, muttered to himself, It's better to go down and drink to my heart's content. I'll have to trouble young Master Su to take Lu and I Rong out. Su Fingnian said coldly with a heart of stone. Gong Sun Yang, I'll watch you die. Lu and I Rong said heartbreakingly, Surnamed Su, are you still human? Gong Sun Yang, on the other hand, was even calmer. He smiled. That's good. Only then can I be considered completely dead. And I Rong, tell old gang leader that Gong Sunyang has let down the fish dragon gang all these years. His death wasn't unjust. Lu and I Rong was unusually quiet. She didn't look at Gong Sunyang, but stared at Su Fingnian with her red eyes. There's no more Gong Sunyang in the world. Gong Sunyang closed his eyes and straightened his back. He straightened his clothes and smashed his fists on his temples. He collapsed on the chair. Lu and I Rong covered her mouth. Blood seeped through the gaps between her fingers. Su Fingnian turned his head and said, "Don't be in a hurry to cut ties with me. Don't think about leaving without the goods. If that's really the case, Gong Sunyang's death will be in vain. As for what you hate me for, you can come up with a plan after returning to Bailiang. After leaving the Tumbling Horse Pass, I can kill Xiaochang. In Bailiang, I can force Gong Sunyang to die. Lu and I Rong, don't join in the fun now." Lu and I Rong released her palm. Her mouth was full of blood. She said coldly, "Tell me your real name." Su Fingnian thought for a while and pointed at the Spring Thunder Saber. "If I can return to Bailiang alive, you'll know who I am." Lu and I Rong said firmly, "Xiaochang didn't betray the Fish Dragon Gang. You killed him." Su Fingnian looked at her for a while. He didn't say anything, but he still nodded. "Good. When I get to Lingzhou, I'll burn incense and worship Buddha. I'll ask Bodhisattva to bless you to return to Bailiang alive." Lu and I Rong turned around resolutely. Su Fingnian sat on the chair indifferently. He stared at the 2 cups of tea that neither of them had time to drink. He wanted to tease her by saying, "What a beautiful pair of legs. They're gone just like that." But when he saw the blood flowing from the corner of the old man's mouth, he didn't say anything. He just leaned over and gently wiped it with his sleeve. Chapter 413. The owner of the house, Wei Fengqiu, flew into a rage when he heard about the death. Qiu Shui, the maid who came to deliver the news secretly, was so scared that she kept quiet out of fear. However, after years of nourishing his body, Wei Fengqiu was no longer like an ordinary merchant, but more like a scholar. He immediately suppressed his shock and anger, and let Qiu Shui lead the way. This second-class maid was afraid of delaying the master's business, so she walked quickly. At first, Wei Fengqiu didn't say anything and followed her into the courtyard. Walking in the narrow and dark corridors on both sides, Wei Fengqiu coughed. The maid, who was carefully trained and sold to the Wei mansion at a high price, quickly slowed down. She looked back and saw that the master was deep in thought. She obediently walked forward with small steps. Wei Fengqiu, who had experienced countless storms in the business world, took this time to weigh the pros and cons. According to Qiu Shui, young Master Su went to the house of the old man with the horn bow, and not long after, this murder happened. It seemed that he had a conflict with the woman named Lu Nerong from the Fish Dragon Gang. Wei Fengqiu rubbed his temples and rubbed his temples. Wei Feng rubbed his temples. When he was close to the house where the corpse was, he signaled Qiu Shui to stay in the corridor. Then he quickened his steps and walked into the house with a worried expression. He did not reprimand his nephew who came from afar but locked the door. Seeing that the young man was so calm after killing someone, he thought more highly of him. A playboy killed someone in his own yard. This kind of lawless calmness was not something to be seen in public. To cause trouble in someone else's house, he was either very shrewd or had someone to rely on. No matter what, Wei Feng felt that it was a good thing. He thought that Brother Qi did not have a son, but he had a distant nephew who was worth cultivating. No wonder this business was led by such a young man. A 30,000 taels business was really not small. Wei Fengqiu immediately calmed down and moved a chair to sit down. He didn't show any anxiety and asked, "What do you need Uncle Wei to do?" Su Fingnian had thought of a set of words that could justify himself. Even if it wasn't perfect, it was enough to temporarily deal with an old fox like Wei Feng. Of course, the premise was that Lu Nerong didn't go crazy and mess things up. He didn't expect Wei Feng to not ask anything, which surprised Su Fingnian. The reason why he dared to tell Wei Feng at the first moment was that he pretended to be the son of a general in Lingzhou. He was sure that Wei Feng wouldn't dare to go to the yamen and splash dirty water on him. As long as Wei Feng thought that he could work in the Wei mansion, then there was a discussion. Seeing his nephew's expression, Wei Feng took a look at his face. He poured a cup of herbal tea and smiled. Nephew Su, to tell you the truth, even the granddaughter of the gang leader, Lu Narong, as long as she is in Uncle Wei's house, you can do whatever you want, as long as she is in my house of Uncle Wei's. What? The Yamen? Do you think the Yamen, the guest of the a small gang like the Fish Dragon gang? Ling Ling? To Ling, the Yamen of the armies of even if Uncle Wei lent the Fish Dragon gang 10 times the guts, would they dare? Nephew Su, Uncle Wei and Brother Chi are friends who have gone through life and death together, so we don't speak politely. Prostitutes are heartless, actors are unrighteous, and merchants are greedy for money. The old saying is true, but it doesn't mean that people like Uncle Wei don't care about friendship at all. When he saw his nephew stand up and bow again, Wei Feng glared at him and scolded with a smile. Nephew, you must have learned this habit from the landowning households of Lingzhou. In the future, if you want to make a name for yourself in Lingzhou's northern Mang, this pedantic scholarly style cannot be the first. Why don't you try to bow again? See if I don't kick you out of the house. When in northern Mang, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's better for you to drink big bowls of wine and eat big chunks of meat. Originally, this old uncle wanted to let the servants bring you around the city to enjoy the scenery. Humph, don't even think about it. Just stay by this old uncle's side for the next 2 days, and watch how the business is done. Brother Chi is full of brotherhood in the Jianghu. Uncle Wei is far inferior to Brother Chi when it comes to wielding swords and spears. However, you don't have any other skills, but you know the ways of the world that can be exchanged for real money. Su Fengnian raised his cup and said with a bitter smile, Uncle Wei, I'll replace wine with tea. Cheers. Wei Feng said with relief, that's not bad. After drinking the tea, he got up and poured a cup for Wei Feng. After sitting down, Su Fengnian said slowly, Uncle Wei, I still have to tell you about this matter today, otherwise it won't be good. The eldest son of the general has always coveted the Fish Dragon gang, and Lu Narong. He wants to take her as his concubine. Originally, the Fish Dragon gang's strength was not among the best in Lingzhou, so it was impossible for them to win this business. However, since the eldest son is selfish, he can't be judged by common sense. The deputy leader of the Beimeng gang, Xiao Chong, has a son called Xiao Ling, who is Lu Narong's childhood sweetheart. There is news that when Xiao Chong returns to Lingzhou to wash his hands, he will take the opportunity to propose marriage between Xiao Ling and Lu Narong. How could the eldest son let the father and son of the Xiao family get what they want? Therefore, after leaving Tuma Pass, I have some martial arts skills. According to the eldest son's instructions, I was lucky enough to kill Xiao Chong and frame a few horse gangs. I didn't expect that the guest Gong Sunyang would notice the clues and threaten to tell Lu Narong and the Fish Dragon gang. Therefore, I had no choice but to fall out with them. I roughly set up a trap and only told Lu Narong that Gong Sunyang is a remnant of the spring and autumn period who secretly colluded with the Beimeng. This way, I barely managed to calm the simple-minded Lu Narong. Uncle Wei, are there any flaws in this plan? If I ruin the eldest son's plan, even if I bring money back, I won't be able to make a name for myself in the general's residence. Presumably, Uncle Wei also knows that although the second son is born of a concubine, he is quick-witted and has made some achievements in Lingzhou's scholarly circles. Therefore, the mother and son are quite favored. The second son has deliberately tried to rope them in again and again, which has already made the eldest son dissatisfied. This trip to Beimeng is both an opportunity and a crisis for me. If I succeed, everything will be fine. If not, I'm afraid I won't even have a foothold. Wei Feng's eyes revealed a trace of the elder's appreciation of the younger generation. He smiled and nodded, stroking his beard. Even though he was sitting next to a dead person, he still said slowly, Nephew, you are able to plan step by step on small matters and have good foresight on big matters. Not bad, not bad. You are a promising talent. Su Fengnian lowered his voice and blushed. Before I left, I wanted to shamelessly ask for a letter from my uncle so that he could put in a good word for me to Uncle Wei. However, when Auntie started at the dinner table, she was scolded by Uncle Wei. He said that a man who wants to start a family has to do everything himself. Asking for charity is not a damn skill. Fortunately, Auntie slapped the bowl and said that she would cook tomorrow, so Uncle Wei didn't continue to scold me. Wei Feng laughed and pointed his finger at Su Fengnian. This was the first time the old fox laughed so comfortably. Then he sighed and said, "It is indeed Brother Chi and Auntie's temper. When Uncle Wei was young and down, he freeloaded for 3 years. Although Auntie occasionally complained, it was because she was angry that I didn't strive for it, and lamented my misfortune. She hoped that I would have a bright future, not because she was stingy with those bowls of rice that didn't come easily. She also had bad intentions and looked down on me. Uncle Wei didn't have the realm to repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. However, no matter how heartless Wei Feng was, he didn't dare to forget the kindness of living for 3 years. These years, Uncle Wei could be considered to have built up a large family business, but Brother Chi and Auntie never sent a letter to him. They were afraid that if they had something to ask of him, it would reduce their friendship. Brother Chi and Auntie were kind, but how could they not be cruel? They were already half a foot into the ground. Who knows when they would fall asleep and never wake up again? Why should they care about these things? Now that your nephew is in Uncle Wei's house, good. No letter from home is better than 1,000 words. Su Fengnian whispered. Uncle Wei, find a good place to bury this guest of the fish dragon gang. Is there any trouble? Chapter 414. Wei Feng waved his sleeves and said, "It's not worth mentioning. However, Uncle Wei will speak frankly. Compared to the relationship with the weapons supervisor, you have to value your relationship with Brother Chi more. Therefore, it's okay if your relationship with Lu Nerong is stiff for a while, but you can't ignore her forever. In the future, if she enters the general's manor as a concubine and is favored, you have to know that a woman's ability is greater than anything else. If you're not careful, you'll be smashing your own foot with a rock. There are too many examples of this, so you have to be careful. To Uncle Wei, you're superior in both appearance and intelligence. You might as well go all the way and use some methods to capture Lu Nerong's heart. If she's like a fish in water in the general's manor, you'll have another backer. Wealth comes from danger. As long as you don't sully her body, I believe that with your prudence, it won't be difficult to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Since ancient times, those who achieve great things must have a few close female friends by their side." Su Fengnian was surprised. Wei Feng smiled and said, "If you can flirt with Lu Nerong, who still hates you today, before you leave the city, Uncle Wei promises to give you 8,000 taels of silver. Treat it as your expenses for managing your connections inside and outside the general's manor." Su Fengnian shamelessly bargained. "Uncle Wei, I'm a scoundrel who only cares about money. How about we round it up to 10,000 taels of silver?" Wei Feng was not angry but happy. He laughed heartily. "What an exorbitant demand. Uncle Wei likes it, so I'll agree." Su Fengnian smiled brightly. Wei Feng stood up and smiled playfully. "The 2 maids in the manor are very clean and pure. There's a saying in Beimeng to rear horses. These horses are not ordinary horses. Most of them are carefully selected from the Liang dynasty's Jiangnan. They're young girls who are bought at a high price. They're taught how to play the zither, go, calligraphy, painting, poetry, tea, and wine. After a few years, only 3 or 4 of the 10 beauties will mature. This pair of maids can be considered outstanding. If they're placed outside the manor, they'll be worth 50 gold. Your nephew likes it, so I'll give it to you. There's not much use in keeping it in the Wei manor. It's good that you can bring it back to Lingzhou. You can get on good terms with those scholars who pretend to be cultured. With this pair of clever people, you'll get twice the result with half the effort." Su Fengnian, who was surprised, quickly smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Wei." Wei Feng walked to the door and said softly, "Old uncle will find an opportunity to have the servant girl, Qiu Shui, pass on some words to Lu Nerong. She will say that the Wei family has already buried this foreign official according to nephew's wishes. Having someone pass on the message will be more sincere than you personally explaining it. Don't worry, Qiu Shui has a delicate heart. That Lu Nerong is inexperienced and won't be able to see any flaws." Su Fengnian praised. "Uncle Wei's plan is flawless. Nephew has learned a lot. It's fortunate that the stubborn Brother Chi has such a sweet-tongued nephew like you." Wei Feng shook his head and laughed. He seemed to have remembered something and asked in an unconcerned manner, "Nephew, do you know much about poetry and painting? How is your handwriting?" Uncle Wei has gone with the flow these past few years, and spent a lot of money to buy over 100 types. Most of them were plundered at a low price from the remnants of the spring and autumn period, who fled to northern Mang's territory. There are few knowledgeable figures in the Wei estate. Uncle Wei is afraid that he will make a mistake and be laughed at by the experts, so he is embarrassed to show them to others. If you kid, know some tricks, then let this old uncle take a look. If Uncle Wei is in a good mood, I'll take a few. Su Fingnian rubbed his hands and recommended himself. Uncle Wei has suffered greatly in this life because he can't read. As a result, I've been studying diligently to obtain scholarly honors. My handwriting is not bad. Furthermore, I've helped the eldest young master for many years. It's inevitable that I've seen some valuable paintings and paintings that can be verified as fake. I barely have some insight. If Uncle Wei doesn't mind, let me take a look. Uncle Wei sighed helplessly and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have brought up this pot." After sending Wei Feng out of the room, Su Fingnian saw the graceful servant girl Qiu Shui at the end of the corridor. The corner of his mouth rose. The latter was clever, and had guessed that she was already in the hands of this young master. She blushed. When she left with the master, she sweetly looked back and slightly twisted her slender waist to show a different kind of flirtatious charm. Su Fingnian returned to his room and sat down. There was no longer any smile on his face. If a girl like Lu Nirong was present, she would probably only think that the elders were kind and the juniors were well-behaved. She would never have noticed the smoke of war and intrigue that filled the air. At that time, when they were talking about letters from home, Su Fingnian knew that there was a small mistake that could not be considered a mistake, because according to the information about the mercenary surnamed Qi in the general's residence, this person was illiterate, and it was impossible for him to write a letter. However, His Royal Highness did not have the thought of testing the old fox Wei Feng. If he lightly brushed it off with a few words, it proved that Wei Feng was certain of his identity and trusted him to the point where he would not nitpick on such a small matter. However, if he could not hold himself back, it meant that Wei Feng still had doubts in his heart. As expected, when His Royal Highness had just set a small trap, the old fox had used calligraphy and painting before he left to quietly set a big trap. Fortunately, His Royal Highness would not capsize in this small ditch. Moreover, Wei Feng's eyesight was not bad. He recognized that this nephew of his was a rare commodity worth hoarding. That was why he generously gave him money and a servant girl. It was all because he wanted Su Fingnian to have a meteoric rise in Lingzhou in the future. His business would naturally receive rich returns. If the old fox was only concerned about their brotherhood in the past, he definitely would not have been so generous. How could a young and inexperienced girl like Lu Nirong not be bullied in this Jianghu where jackals and wolves ran rampant, and foxes gathered? Su Fingnian quietly waited for Wei Feng's trusted aide to come and collect the corpse. He stood at the window and muttered to himself, "The Jianghu is sinister. Senior Gongsun, if you're still alive, do you think that what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over? Don't worry, if I return to Beiliang alive, the Fish Dragon Gang will receive some secret support. If I die in Beimang, you and that narrow-minded Miss Lu will have taken revenge. If I wasn't His Royal Highness, with Senior Gongsuan's temperament, we could have become friends despite the difference in age. I know that Senior will definitely not betray anyone, and with that pouch of green ant wine from back then, I won't be the evil person who extorts a confession through torture. However, if I were to say that I knew about Senior's relationship with Northern Mang and still turn a blind eye to it, that would be too difficult for me. I believe that if Senior knew about this in the underworld, he would curse less." After personally watching the two retainers of the Wei family carry away the corpse that was gradually turning cold like tea, Su Fingnian returned to the room. He saw that Lu Nirong's door was tightly shut. He thought that it must have been difficult for this honest girl to not fight with her life on the spot. It was very strange. She was indeed an outstanding woman, but in His Highness the Crown Prince's memory, the clearest impression he had of her was not the time she killed the enemy alone in the inn at Toppling Horse Pass, nor was it the time she led the way on the yellow sand of the desert. Instead, it was the time she sat on the hillside with her arms around her knees in a daze, and the time she drank from the well at Yinhui Pass. The Qingming festival was approaching. How could it miss out on the bitter rain that broke the hearts of passers-by? The path to the tombs was muddy, so that the later generations could remember their ancestors with every step they took. In the curtain of night, the heavens were not stingy with the pitter-patter of rain. Su Fengnian pushed open the window. The breeze was chilly. He listened to the rain patting the lotus flowers. However, his expression was cold. He wasn't sure if His Royal Highness could hear the bleakness and desolation in his voice. In Bailiang Palace, there should be a puppet with a similar figure. It was wearing the mask that Xu Xiu had meticulously made, carefully playing the role of His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian leaned against the windowsill without a trace of confusion. His eyes were abnormally resolute. At Toppling Horse Pass, he wanted to pull out his saber for the first time. In the end he failed. At the top of Yanhui Pass, he wanted to pull out the Spring Thunder but failed. Su Fengnian seemed to be admiring the scenery. In fact, he closed his eyes and formed a seal with both hands, washing the qi in his body over and over again. True yang grows from the root. Yin Fu descends to the yellow court. The river flows endlessly and the spirit is firm. This is the Zhenren's great refining form. Su Fengnian stood still like this for a full 2 hours. He slowly exhaled a breath of qi that was like a sword according to the sword qi rolling dragon wall. With a bang, it stirred a lotus flower in the pond and turned it into fine powder in an instant. However, in the boundless curtain of night and rain, who would notice such a shocking detail? Su Fengnian said as if relieved of a heavy burden. So this is the great yellow court's so-called embroidery of the universe by the mouth, setting Chang'an ablaze. Chapter 415. His Royal Highness only had 7 unopened acupoints left. After diligently removing the mixed qi that Huang Baozhuang had implanted into his body, he opened a new Ditsang acupoint. Combined with the sword qi that had been nurturing in his body during this period of time, he was able to form sword qi and destroy a lotus. After bathing and changing clothes during the day, he asked the 2 maidservants about it, and found out that this lotus was a rare drought hibiscus. Not only could it not grow in water with a great difference in temperature, but it also hated moisture and liked dryness. If the lotus root was soaked in water for too long, it would rot and die. The water storage in the pond was very particular. If it was properly cultivated, it would bloom a few months earlier than normal lotus, and its flowering period was also very long. A single lotus was very valuable, so it was nicknamed the 10 golden lotuses and the fierce woman lotus. Generally, a wealthy family could only grow 1 or 2 lotuses in a vat. They did not have the money nor the energy to take care of 100 lotuses, which was enough to show the depth of the Wei family's wealth. After exhaling a mouthful of sword qi to cut the green lotus, Su Fengnian felt his entire body relax. The circulation of qi was no longer stagnant. The wonders of the big yellow court were endless. The most obvious and straightforward thing was that it had exceptional hearing and vision. Su Fengnian seemed to be following the incantation and closing his eyes to concentrate, but he was actually listening to the slow blooming of a budding lotus. During this process, the sword qi rolled along the dragon wall and flowed violently along his meridians. It was the complete opposite of the bashful unfolding of the flower bud in the pond. Unfortunately, His Highness could only hold on for 2 hours before he could no longer withstand the burst of majestic qi in his body. Presumably, after opening 6 acupores, he could wait for a whole night for a lotus to fully bloom. Su Fengnian stretched and mocked himself. A good man should be able to endure. Su Fengnian sat back in front of the table and weighed his current wealth. Those flying swords would only be priceless after they were cultivated, but they were destined to be a pile of scrap metal in a short period of time. Although the process of drinking blood to become a fetus was very difficult, he did not have the old man with the sheepskin fur coat to temper him. Relying on this stupid method to cultivate the swords was also a kind of training. It was very difficult to find a good thing in the world where you could gain some benefits by suffering some hardships. Once he mastered the nurturing sword, entering the mysterious finger would not be as unreachable as it was now. The 5 pieces of facial skin made by Xu Xiu were very useful. As for the silk armor that he wore, it was invulnerable to water and fire and invulnerable to swords and spears. It was all nonsense. If he really encountered a level 1 master, he wouldn't be able to survive. However, it was still useful to deal with sneak attacks from ordinary swords and sabers. Of the 6 pages in the saber manual, The most useful one was undoubtedly the latest page with detailed analysis of the rolling dragon wall of sword aura. Not only had it inadvertently helped him to break through one acupoint, but during this period of time, he had been diligently and tirelessly following the path of complexity, rather than simplicity. Only then did he realize that in the beginning, the obscurity and stagnation were very difficult to bear. But once he got used to it, it was as the old saying goes, first bitter then sweet. The essence of the 12 moves in the stacked thunder armor of the thorny whale, which he had extracted from thousands of secret manuals, had to be repeatedly verified with the divine intent in his mind every day, quietly waiting for the day when he could accumulate enough knowledge and use it. Back then, he had chosen to sneak into the fish dragon gang and rush to Beimang, choosing to use the city as a foothold. Firstly, there were fewer wars in the north of Yuzhou, so there was more space in Jianghu. Secondly, the city magistrate of Beiliang, Tao Qianji, was a person who was bound to die. Not only was he familiar with the art of war and strategy, but his martial prowess was also outstanding, and he had a profound understanding of the military and politics of Beiliang. He was originally the commandant general of Gusai State in the south of Beimang, but because of the extremely unlucky royal family member, who was killed by Chen Jibao's surprise troops during a military parade, he was implicated and demoted to the city magistrate of Gusai State. In fact, his official position seemed to have been demoted by one rank, but he was actually in charge of the military and politics of Beimang State at the border. It could be considered a blessing in disguise, as he had escaped the confinement of the army. As long as he made some achievements, he would be favored by the governor of Longyao State, and even the empress of Beimang. According to the information gathered in Beiliang, Tao Qianji had a unique understanding of military tactics. He was especially good at trickery and had a violent temperament. What was most praised by the Beimang court was that he had to kill a Beiliang soldier every day before he could sleep. He had come to Liuwa City from Gusai province without bringing a single family member, a single cent of silver, or a single treasure. He had only brought 6 prison wagons with him, imprisoning more than 40 captured Beiliang soldiers on the battlefield. After a month, they were all killed. However, Tao Qingmu was very close to many of his fellow generals in the Beimang border army. There would always be new prisoners sent to Liuwa City for him to behead with his own hands every day. It could be said that Tao Qianji was a young official in the Beimang court who was favored by various forces. He had both military skills and a good reputation among the people. Sooner or later, he would be like a carp jumping through the dragon's gate, and become an indispensable cornerstone of the Beimang court. According to the Beimang's Lu city lord, he had 60 armored bodyguards. Tao Qianji himself should have the strength of a second-rank fighter. Su Fengnian weighed the strengths of both sides and smiled sinisterly. Assassinations between the two dynasties were very frequent, but most of them were done by suicide soldiers, so the chances of success weren't high. Beimang had once spent a lot of money to create an assassin team. They asked for 2 to 3 experts from the top sects in the dynasty, as well as more than 100 elite soldiers from the army. A total of 130 people were divided into 3 groups to infiltrate Beiliang, avoiding the main force and attacking the weak. Their targets were all the mid-level military and political officials of Beiliang. However, they didn't expect that the 3 adopted sons, Chen Jibao, Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan, would confidently split into 3 groups and kill them all. This caused the Beimang court to shake. The empress even entered a large-scale purge, and many heads were lost. However, in reality, she only found out a few pawns of the Beimang court that had been hibernating in the Beimang court for many years. The funny thing was that in the end, when they found out that it was the right minister of the Beimang, they found out that one of the spies was a two-faced person. The Beimang didn't refuse any business in Beiliang. Relying on the golden name of the right minister, they wantonly sold military secrets, causing the originally powerful right minister to resign and live in seclusion in the mountains. The enmity between Liang Mang and Liang Mang was not something that could be explained in a few words. It was like a chopping board. Today it was smeared with your blood, and tomorrow it would be added with my blood. Layer by layer, it had long solidified into a disgusting blood monument. A gentle knock sounded on the door. Su Fengnian knew that one of Qiu Shuichuan's servants had arrived. He said, "Come in." It was Qiu Shuichun, who was relatively small and delicate. Her skin was white, and she had a slightly round and inconspicuous oval face. For such a small girl, if you used a little bit of force on the bed, you would be worried that you would rub her body. She was worthy of being a little girl worth 50 taels of gold. It was a pity that Su Fengnian had to be a vegetarian monk for every day that he did not have the full yellow courtyard. There were so many women in Wutong Garden who were worth 80 taels of gold and above. His Royal Highness, not to mention his cultivation and other aspects, just his willpower alone was enough to make people sing and cry. The young servant girl carried the food box into the room. Her slender calves quietly came out from under her skirt. Her movements were playful as she hooked the door. Seeing young Master Su look over, she smiled with a red face. She placed the food box on the table and stood to the side with her head lowered. She timidly said, "Sister Chiao Shui-chan asked me to warm the bed tonight. I wonder when young master will be resting." She did not have the face to say the words serve in bed. She looked at her toes, and her ears were completely red. In reality, during the cold of spring, it was a very common duty for servant girls in large families to warm the bed and warm the quilt. During the hot summer, no matter how tired the servant girls were from fanning themselves, according to the rules, they were not allowed to doze off for an entire night. She and Chiao Shui-chan were both jaspers who had been carefully trained and were very familiar with serving their masters. However, they rarely had the opportunity to show their faces in the way manner. Seeing this handsome young master who was highly regarded by the master, their love was far from that of love. It was the natural shyness and timidity of women that was real. Su Fengnian opened the food box and picked up a piece of date cake that melted in his mouth. He raised his head to look at the servant girl. Her face and figure were only 70 taels of gold, but she had a pair of beautiful eyebrows. Her eyebrows were charming, and she had a hidden charm at a young age. She did not know that when she started out in the spring, she was judged by a horse breeder that her eyebrows were worth 30 taels of gold. His Royal Highness had spent a lot of time looking at the beautiful flowers, so his eyesight was not bad. Su Fengnian reached out to pick up a piece of cake and handed it to the girl. He smiled and said, "There is no rush. Sit down and chat first." The little girl softly said, "Oh." She sat slightly sideways across from Su Fengnian. She took the cake with her head still lowered. Her small mouth slightly opened and closed as she ate carefully and slowly. Su Fengnian said something that spoiled the mood. "You guys are staying in the city. You should be paying respects to your ancestors and sweeping the tombs. Where would you find yellow paper? It will be the Qingming festival in 2 days. I want to burn paper at the corner of the street to pay my respects to the south." Chapter 416. The pretty maidservant raised her head and was about to speak when she realized that she still had some pastries in her mouth. She was afraid that she would be disrespectful to young Master Su and quickly swallowed them down. She reached out her finger to wipe off the pastry crumbs at the corner of her mouth. The maidservant's eyes were naturally filled with love. She smiled softly and said, "Young master, just give me your orders. Chun Nong will prepare them for you tomorrow." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. He reached out his hand to wipe off the pastry crumbs that were not actually wiped off. He squinted his eyes and teased, "It's here." The maidservant gave him a charming look and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Chiao Shui knocked on the door and entered. She saw this scene and blushed. She brought over more than 10 famous calligraphies and paintings. Old Master said that he wanted young Master Su to examine them to determine their authenticity. Most of the calligraphies and paintings were made of copper or red sandalwood. They were not light. Su Fengnian stood up and helped to move them to the table. Chiao Shui saw that Chun Nong was still in a daze and secretly tapped her forehead. She softly reprimanded, "Don't you know how to add oil for young master when the lamp is dark?" Chun Nong pouted her lips in grievance. She saw Chiao Shui's slight glare and quickly went to add oil for a white jade guanyin vase-style oil lamp with a smile. Su Fengnian did not care about this small fuss. He wiped his sleeves with both hands. After Chiao Shui moved the food box away, he slowly spread out a calligraphy and painting on the table. He smiled. It was Chun Chun's painting of flowers in hot summer from the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, the original work was in Baelyang Palace. He was not in a hurry to reveal the truth and rolled it up again. He opened the second scroll. It was Lu Ji's painting of birds in Cassia and Chrysanthemum Mountain. The colors were bright and the strokes were delicate. The blank space for 300 years was densely covered with the seals of later collectors. This was enough to prove the rarity of this calligraphy and painting. Su Fengnian had been influenced by Minister of State Li Yishan for many years. Even without the dazzling array of seals, he knew that it was undoubtedly an authentic work. He closed the scroll again and opened the third scroll. It was the painting of Plum Blossom Hengqin, by the late emperor of the Southern Tang dynasty. However, it was a fake. What was interesting was that the latter was obviously better in terms of strokes. After Su Fengnian finished reading it, he said softly, "Qiu Shui Chun Nong, bring paper and brush." Qiu Shui pulled up her sleeves with 2 fingers and ground with the other hand. Chun Nong did not dare to be lazy and helped to put a paperweight on the calligraphy. Su Fengnian's strokes were slow and leisurely. Qiu Shui and Chun Nong looked at each other and saw the amazement in each other's eyes. They obviously did not expect young Master Su's calligraphy to be so beautiful. It was to the point of concealing it. They admitted that they would not be able to write something like this even if they worked hard for 10 years. Out of the 11 paintings, Su Fengnian purposely could not tell if 3 of them were real or fake. He pretended that he did not dare to speak carelessly, and mistook 2 of them as rare. The remaining 6 were all accurate. The last 8 had detailed reasons as to why they were real and fake, as well as their relative valuations. Among them, the valuations and the real situation were both wrong and right. Since the old fox Wei Feng wanted to test him, His Royal Highness could not be too honest. As for the small regular script of more than 100 words, of course he would cover it up. This kind of trick would not be exposed no matter what. After the ink was slightly dry, Qiu Shui could not bear to let go of the small regular script in her hands. She carefully put it into her clothes and bent down to pick up the heavy calligraphy. She was about to go back to her master to hand in the work. Su Fengnian smiled at Chun Nong and said, "Go help Qiu Shui. She doesn't need to warm the bed today." Chun Nong was half relieved and half disappointed. She opened her eyes wide and looked puzzled. Su Fengnian gently patted her cheek and said, "We'll talk about it after the Qingming festival." Qiu Shui and Chun Nong walked out of the room together with the calligraphy. There was a servant girl of the same age who came to hold an umbrella for Qiu Shui in the corridor. She was shocked to see Chun Nong, and her initial jealousy faded a little. The smile in her eyes immediately became more sincere. Actually, there was no need to hold an umbrella to block the rain from her master's study to hear. It was just that the calligraphy in her arms was worth a lot, and she had to be serious about it, so she had an extra umbrella. The 3 servant girls walked back together. Naturally, there was a lot of teasing and teasing between the girls. Qiu Shui and Chun Nong came from the same family, and they were like sisters. There was a subtle gap between them and the servant girl who came from a different background. However, when intelligent girls interacted with each other, they naturally wore a thick mask with heavy makeup. Su Fengnian closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. This was the second time he traveled with Li Chuangong's clay figurine. As long as there was a bed to sleep on, most of them would be in this position asking for trouble. Moreover, if they didn't take off their soft armor, the room would be adjacent to or facing the old god of Swordly. It was easy to imagine how afraid His Royal Highness was of death. Although the majestic Tao Qianji was dressed in a civil official's robe, it was difficult to conceal the aura of a general that had crawled out from a pile of bones. The study room was simple and crude. Many of the antiques and treasures that had been purposely left behind by the previous city magistrate were all pawned on the first day. All the gold and silver that had been obtained were distributed to the remaining city magistrate soldiers, while the civil officials and scribes did not receive a single copper coin. During this period, there was an official who took advantage of the convenience of his duties to secretly embezzle 200 taels of silver. After he was arrested, 30 elite soldiers of the city magistrate's mansion broke in. His head dripping with blood was hung on the flagpole of the martial arts field. This official had some background. His clansmen reported this matter to the deputy head of Dragon Waste Province's county magistrate. Tao Qianji did not bring his family with him, but this former 4th-rank Chongsu general was not a rigid man. Every few days, he would spend money to invite the most popular women of the city's brothels to his manor. No matter how much money was spent, he would not skimp on it. At first, some of the brothels did not dare to accept, and were forced into his hands. After a period of fear and trepidation, the city overseer did not show any signs of settling accounts. Only then did they feel relieved. In addition, the heroic deeds of this Chongsu general continued to spread throughout the city. Gradually, Tao Qianji's reputation rose like a tide. Many brothels took the initiative to send their top courtesans to the city overseer's manor. Originally, they could earn dozens of taels of silver a night, but when they opened their mouths and asked for only dozens of taels of silver, Tao Qianji did not fuss over the details. He appeared more and more like a general, making the people of the city who were originally afraid that thieves would come and clean. In the continuous drizzle, Tao Qianji sat in the empty and shabby study, reading a military book by the light of a lamp. A trusted officer from Gusai province stood at the door and respectfully said, "Princess Hongyan of Jade Toad province has come to visit in the rain." Tao Qianji frowned and said indifferently, "If she enters the manor alone, I will not see her." A plump woman with a mink hair covering her forehead appeared beside the officer. Behind her was an old man dressed in brocade with his hands in his sleeves. She stepped over the threshold and placed her hands on the jade belt bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor. She said sweetly, "Oh General Tao, you put on such airs. Or are you afraid of attracting gossip?" The extraordinarily valiant city overseer frowned and put down the book. He was not the least bit afraid of this imperial relative with a xianbei hairstyle on her waist. He sneered and said, "Princess Hongyan's beauty is known far and wide. She likes to keep male companions. A mere city overseer like me would not dare to enter her eyes." The old man in brocade snorted coldly. The corner of Tao Qianji's mouth curled up, and his eyes were full of disdain. Princess Hongyan, who was holding a satin umbrella and a mink hair covering her forehead, laughed wantonly. She waved her hand to indicate that the old retainer of the county overseer should not mind. She stared at the rude and unreasonable middle-aged city overseer and said with her charming eyes, "General Tao, I originally did not want to enter this manor. I have to kill people every day and the yin qi is too strong. I am not as vigorous as General Tao, and I am afraid that I will be haunted by ghosts. It is almost Qingming festival." Tao Qianji said coldly, "If Princess Hongyan does not have any important matters to attend to, please forgive me for not seeing you out." This plump beauty, who was one of the wealthiest in Jade Toad State, was offended several times, but she still did not show any anger. She smiled and said, "All right, I won't beat around the bush with General Tao. Someone asked me to pass on a message to General Tao. 8 words. Tomorrow morning don't go out." Tao Qianji, who felt that he was being teased, was furious. The study was filled with murderous intent. The brocade-clothed old man's sleeves billowed like waves. The princess patted her cheeks lightly and said apologetically, "Oh my stupid mouth. What nonsense did I say? I was wrong. It is indeed 8 words. Qingming festival tomorrow, do not go out. General Tao, please believe me. I do not dare to disobey the person who said these 8 words." Tao Qianji turned around and said coldly without any fluctuation in his tone, "I will not see you out." Princess Hong Yan swung the silk satin umbrella that was soaked in rainwater and said with a smile, "This princess will remember Lord Tao's hospitality today." Under the eaves of the courtyard, the brocade-clothed old man, whose martial power was definitely higher than Tao Qianji's, took the umbrella and opened it. He tilted it towards his mistress and said angrily, "Princess, why don't you let me teach this insignificant 5th-rank city overseer a lesson?" The mink hair covering woman, who was not in a hurry to step into the rain, reached out her hand to catch the rain. She did not answer the question but said with blurred eyes, "Why is God crying?" Early in the morning 2 days later, the rain was getting heavier, and the road was full of mud. City overseer Tao Qianji led 30 riders out of the city to visit the grave of a comrade who had died in battle. It was raining heavily on Qingming festival. It was not easy to burn paper, but it was easier to die. Chapter 417. The Beimang border was similar to the Han customs of the Liang dynasty, especially after the refugees of the 8 kingdoms had moved in. In fact, there was not much difference. On the double ninth festival, they would plant dogwood, enjoy osmanthus and eat mooncakes. On New Year's Eve, they would set off firecrackers, and today's tomb sweeping day. The men of the family, regardless of age, would bring wine, food, fruits, and paper money to the graves. They would burn the paper money and cover the old graves with new soil. As the younger generation, the children and youths would fold tender yellow twigs and stick them in the graves. After burning the paper money, they would kowtow and pay respects to their ancestors, and pray for some good fortune before they could return. There was no fixed time to visit the graves during tomb sweeping day. It could be sooner or later. However, because of the heavy rain in Baimang, most of the graves were on the outskirts of the city, and were not close by. Many of the common people were worried about their clothes, and hoped that they could wait until the rain lessened before going to visit the graves. Therefore, the departure of the 31 cavalrymen from Baimang was very eye-catching. The limestone streets of Baimang were slanted from the middle to the sides. Normally, it was not easy to notice them, but during the heavy rain, when the rainwater slid into the gutters, one would be able to see them clearly. The sound of the hooves of the 30 armored cavalrymen pounded heavily on the hearts of the people on both sides of the street. Connecting this Commandant General's bloody deeds of killing more than 100 enemies on the border battlefield and killing people and drinking to his heart's content every day in the Baimang Manor, the common people felt more and more that they could rely on this Baimang Manor, who had a military background. Wei Feng was a merchant, and no matter how much money a merchant made, his status was still inferior to that of a landowning household. Although Wei Feng was one of the few wealthy people in Baimang, his manor was still 2 streets away from the Baimang Manor. Fortunately, the Wei Manor was on the main road of the city, quiet amidst the commotion. It just so happened that one could see the 31 cavalrymen galloping out of the city. Leading them was the armored Tao Qianji, who did not conform to the official system. His steed was a rare Fergana horse, light gold in color. Fergana horses were already exceptionally precious, and this fine steed, bestowed by the Gusai Prefecture, was the most outstanding of its kind. It was exceptionally vigorous, making the rich in the city drool, and the common people fearful at the sight of it. The city overseer, Tao Qianji, took the lead, his eyes looking straight ahead. Naturally, he did not notice that under the high walls of the Wei Mansion's main gate, there was a young man with a saber on his back squatting down. A servant girl with a delicate body and charming eyes was holding an umbrella for him. That young master was squatting in a corner with his knees bent, his face facing the south. With great difficulty, he had burned several handfuls of yellow paper money. Probably because he had done his best, he put the remaining handfuls of yellow paper money back into his bosom. The pretty and pitiful maid reminded him in a low voice, "Young Master Su, it's not good to put the paper money for the ancestors into the arms of the living. Shall I help you keep it?" Su Fingnian stood up and saw that her left shoulder was soaked. He used his fingers to push the mahogany umbrella towards the maidservant. He crossed his hands and placed them on his abdomen. He looked at the armored horses galloping away in the rain. He smiled but didn't say anything. He just shook his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the small umbrella was quietly tilting towards his head. He took the umbrella, feeling both angry and amused, and held it over the 2 people's heads. The maidservant, Chun Nong, raised her small head and blinked her pair of eyes that were naturally overflowing with spring. Su Fingnian rubbed her head and smiled. "I'll send you into the mansion first. Later, I'll go out for a walk. You don't have to follow me. This time, I'm leaving the city and I don't know when I'll be back. If we get to the town god's temple, and the rain isn't as heavy as it is now, I'll help you and Qiushui bring a tray of Zhouji's soup dumplings." The young maidservant, who had just started to grow, said considerately, "It's just these roads. I'll be there in a few steps. Young master, you can just go straight for a stroll." Su Fingnian narrowed his extremely beautiful red phoenix eyes, and pretended to be wronged. He teased, "I wanted to say a few more words to a certain young lady, but she doesn't understand the situation." At that moment, the young lady seemed to have been struck by lightning. Her entire heart and liver trembled. She was so infatuated that she couldn't speak. She could only tilt up her small chin, which would suddenly sharpen if she was a few years older, and look at the young master with an intoxicating smile in front of her. Some first awakenings of love were always inexplicable. Perhaps most of them would be blown away by the rain and wind. However, the scene at this moment caught the young lady unprepared. Su Fingyan smiled as he sent her into the Wei Manor. After entering the door, the young lady didn't immediately walk into the deep courtyard. Instead, she stood where she was and looked at his slender back. She looked carefully and saw that when he held the umbrella and walked through the curtain of rain outside the eaves, his figure paused. It was as if he was looking through the umbrella at the sky that was like a large ink-stained inkstone. Su Fingyan held the umbrella and walked slowly on the street. His shoes and socks had long been soaked when he burned the paper. His Royal Highness in Bailiang stepped on the stone slabs in Baimang City to kill the 31 Iron Horsemen, including the mayor. The truth was that it was a bit cold. It was similar to the damned weather that made people shrink their necks and curse. The Fish Dragon Gang had paid a huge price to send the goods into the city. In fact, after they handed over the goods to Wei Feng, they had nothing to do with it. However, they still stayed until today and agreed to leave the city in the afternoon. In the past few days, Wei Feng had done his part as a host. He had asked several stewards to take these country bumpkins who had never seen the world to experience the taste of gentleness. This alone cost more than 3,000 taels of silver. In the eyes of the Fish Dragon Gang, this was a shocking extravagance. Even they felt a little embarrassed when they were eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Only Lu Nerong, who had suffered a lot, remained silent. She didn't tell anyone about the death of their guest, Gong Sunyang. The young Wang Dashi was the only idiot who had always stayed in the Wei mansion. In addition to practicing martial arts, he also memorized the incantation. The day before yesterday, young Master Su taught him a sword move. Unfortunately, he couldn't learn it no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, young Master Su seemed to be a strange master who was not afraid of his disciples' stupidity, but was afraid of his cleverness. Wang Dashi didn't feel burdened. Since young Master Su had kindly taught him, he would learn it honestly. He only knew that the move was called Three Jin. Just by hearing the name, Wang Dashi was quite fond of it and felt a sense of closeness. It was not like the tricks that the masters in the Fish Dragon Gang used to scare people. Who were they trying to scare? Anyway, even Wang Dashi didn't believe that these moves could be that powerful. Su Fingyan stopped and turned to look at the unexpected person. He said calmly, "You're going to visit Gong Sunyang's grave?" Lu Nerong, who looked miserable and haggard, nodded and then said word by word in a deep voice, "Or I won't let you visit the grave." Su Fingyan shook his head and said, "I'll just walk around the city. I won't go to Gong Sunyang's grave to say anything. I really have nothing to say. Miss Lu, you worry too much." Lu Nerong strode forward, leaving Su Fingyan far behind. This new enemy of fate left the city one after the other. Lu Nerong went southwest, while Su Fingyan went southeast. It was raining heavily, and the sky was as dark as night. The official road was muddy and difficult to walk on. Su Fingyan's boots were covered in yellow mud. After walking neither fast nor slow for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, he did not come across a single gravedigger. Su Fingyan exhaled a mouthful of fog and closed his umbrella with a bang, allowing the soybean-sized raindrops to smash against his body. He began to run wildly, but he did not run straight along the official road. Instead, he ran in an extremely large circle. Every time his toes stepped on the ground, a mud hole would be created in the ground and countless splashes of water would splash up. If an ordinary person was watching, they would only see a green shadow flash past, leaving behind a string of water puddles that were 6 zhang apart like blooming lotuses. It was like using a pebble to float across a lake. City Overseer Tao Qianji came to a lonely grave mound. Lying inside was a comrade of the Gussi Border Army, who didn't have any official title. When he died, he was only a sergeant. This old fellow entered the Border Army's infantry battalion at the age of 16, and had been in the army for more than 30 years. He spent 2 years relying on luck to kill a Northern Liang cavalry to rise to the rank of sergeant. Then he wasted an entire 20 years in this position as a sergeant, going back and forth on the battlefield, never killing many people. However, it was strange to say that after all these years of dealing with the King of Hell under a hail of arrows, he still didn't die. The old sergeant had only led a dozen or so brats under his command, and now, only 4 of them were left. Tao Qianji was one of them. He had been promoted from an infantry soldier to a cavalry soldier, rising rapidly to the position of commandant general. One of them had become a 5th-rank infantry commander. One of them had become one of the few outstanding sentries in the Gussie border army, and the last one had an even more illustrious official position than Tao Qianji, vaguely about to become a pillar of the northern Mang royal court. The old corporal was greedy for life and afraid of death. What he taught these new soldiers was not how to kill the enemy bravely, but how to fight a war with a cowardly attitude. For example, he taught them how to play dead without leaving a trace, how to steal the valuables from corpses, and how to behead the enemy to gain military merits. But it was precisely this old ruffian, who was about to receive a salary and retire at home, who had died in a battle without warning. He had blocked a fierce Bailiang saber for his subordinate, and his entire back had been slashed open. He was just an ordinary foot soldier of the Baimang border army, and the soft armor he wore was completely useless against the sharp Bailiang saber. Tao Qianji and a few of his peers were still young at that time. They held the dying corporal in their arms and did not understand why this old man, who was addicted to alcohol, said that it would be better to die on the battlefield rather than in a coffin. Before the corporal died, he nagged and nagged. He was not a man of integrity, but he was in so much pain that tears and snot flowed down his face. In the end he said, "It really King hurts." 30 personal guards from Gusai neatly dismounted from their horses and stood in the distance. 2 of them took off their backpacks. One of them took out a few bottles of good wine that the general had specially bought with a lot of money. There was nothing else but wine. The other took out a large stack of paper money wrapped in oil paper, and handed it to the general along with the fire starter. After that, he opened an umbrella to block the wind and rain. Chapter 418. Tao Qianji squatted on the grave mound and smashed a wine bottle with his fist. 6 or 7 bottles of expensive soju from Gangnam-do in the Liang dynasty flowed freely into Baimang and seeped into the mud in front of the grave along with the rainwater. Tao Qianji flicked the tongs used in the army and ignited the yellow paper. He muttered to himself, "Old man, you don't have much ability, but you taught us how to survive. At that time, if you didn't say that it was useless for you to accumulate military merits and gave those 2 heads to Dongzhuo, this guy wouldn't have the glory he has today even if he was beaten to death. If you didn't block a knife for me in the end, I wouldn't have been able to get you good wine. That Dongzhuo is a stone in a latrine pit. He has a stinky and stubborn temper. When we were drinking, he let it slip that he didn't have the face to see you, an old man who is as prideful as he is. I didn't think as much as he did. Since we're already in Luqing, it wouldn't be right if we didn't bring you a few bottles of good wine that you've coveted for a long time during the Qingming festival. You're a narrow-minded old man. When I stole your wine, it was like stealing your wife. Oh, I forgot. You've been single your whole life. If you're still alive today, old man, you only need to tell us who you like. Dongzhuo and I won't be afraid of anyone. We'll help you snatch it." Tao Qianji held the burning yellow paper in his hand, completely ignoring the burning pain. He said softly, "Before I came to visit your grave, I killed a Bailiang soldier. I chopped off his limbs with my own hands with a Bailiang knife. I know you're a coward and I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep well, so I didn't bring him to your grave to disturb you. Old man, let me tell you. In fact, the Bailiang cavalry only thought we were invincible when we were young. It was mainly because we were scared by you. Every time before we went to the battlefield, we would see you trembling and your legs shaking just by hearing the hooves of the horses. Even Dongzhuo and I were scared to death. Now that we've killed so many Bailiang soldiers, it's actually not that big of a deal. When we came to Luqing, we brought 4 cages of Bailiang soldiers. Many of them were begging for mercy like dogs. Some of them were worse than dogs when they drew their swords against their fellow soldiers in order to survive." After the yellow paper was burned, Tao Qianji clapped his hands to disperse the ashes. He slowly got up and said, "I won't keep you from drinking." The 31 cavalry silently mounted. Tao Qianji. Tao Qianji's. Tao Qianji. Of Tao Qianji. Tao Qianji nodded and said with a smile, "I thought those parasites in the imperial family's sauce jar would take the opportunity of my demotion to come here and clamor to beat a drowning dog. It seems that I overestimated their courage." The captain sneered. What kind of brave soldiers can these embroidered pillows wearing silver armor and carrying silver swords produce? Even if there were 100 of them, they would only be stuffed between our teeth. Tao Qianji raised his head to look at the gray sky. The rain showed no signs of abating. He withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Return to the city." The sound of thunder, rain, and horse hooves. One cavalryman followed the other. They rushed out of the 2 to 3 miles long muddy path near the burial mound, and were about to turn into the official road. Tao Qianji's pupil shrank. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He raised his hand and the 30 cavalrymen behind him stopped instantly. Normally, the official road could allow 4 cavalrymen to ride side by side. But after the heavy rain, it was full of potholes. 3 cavalrymen riding side by side was the limit. If the cavalrymen wanted to maximize the impact of their charge, 2 cavalrymen would be the best. On the official road splashed with water droplets, a young man with a saber stood with an umbrella. There was no way the military officer who was proficient in scouting could investigate every single blade of grass and tree within a range of 3 li in such a short amount of time. Together with the fact that the heavy rain had erased all traces of footprints, he could only guarantee that there was a group of around 10 people. Towards this fish that slipped through the net, the Northern Mang's 6th-rank military officer berated. "Who goes there?" The man with the saber didn't speak. He just slowly closed the umbrella and inserted the tip of the umbrella into the mud beside him. Tao Qianji was indeed a decisive general. When he saw the young man's action, the corner of his mouth twitched. He said calmly, "2 teams charge. Kill without mercy." The 2 cavalrymen rushed out side by side. The horses under the cavalrymen were strong. They were good horses that were familiar with war. When they ran, they showed a very dynamic visual beauty. When the rain washed over them, their mane trembled with the rhythm of their muscles. For a moment, the sound of the horses' hooves covered the sound of the rain. The 2 unsheathed sabers were as clear as snow. The blades were wider and thicker than the Bailiang sabers. They were similar in length but slightly less sharp. The curvature was bigger. Experienced soldiers had to match the running speed of their mounts when they attacked. The road conditions caused the horses to bump up and down. The 2 cavalrymen had thick arms. They were originally brave spearmen of the Gussi border army. When they attacked with their sabers, they were imposing. If they weren't elites, they wouldn't be qualified to be brought to Luqing by Tao Qianji as his personal guards. The 2 tall horses attacked at the same time. The young man who was sandwiched in the middle didn't move his feet. His body turned like a top and drew an arc. He leaned back toward the horse whose saber missed. He stepped back with his right foot and pressed his back against the horse's side. Then with a loud bang, the man and the horse, which weighed nearly 2,000 pounds, were knocked out. The 4 hooves were suspended in the air. They fell down 60 or 70 feet away. The cavalryman on the horse fainted on the spot. Leaning against the back of a horse, the young saberman leaped forward with the help of the rebound force. He took a few steps forward at lightning speed and punched the muscular buttocks of the second war horse. Blood splashed out in an instant. The war horse whined and spun half a circle in the air before landing in the mud outside the official road. The cavalryman was indeed brave. He bounced off the back of the horse and slid a long distance in the mud. He wiped his face with a ferocious expression. The 2 leading cavalrymen of the remaining 8 cavalrymen, who had been charging in 2 rows, were fearless in the face of this swordsman's cold-blooded methods. Based on the experience they had gained from countless battles on the battlefield, they once again cooperated with their comrades to strike with their swords. The young man didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. His body was like a swimming fish. He slid through the curtain of rain and lowered his head to avoid the saber. He ignored the cavalryman on his right. His left hand was glued to the arm of another cavalryman. His feet were lifted off the ground by the momentum of the horse's charge. He quickly flipped onto the horse and sat behind the cavalryman. He pressed his hands on the cavalryman's head and twisted it in a crisscross manner. The crooked arm snake stuck to the chest of the corpse. With a twist, the corpse that weighed 140 or 50 pounds was thrown backward. It hit the head of the cavalryman who was chasing behind him. The head of the horse that had fought with its master for many years was smashed. Its front hooves were bent, and it crashed into the mud. The cavalryman rolled a few times. The fourth cavalryman was skilled in horsemanship. Not only did he avoid the fallen horse, he also bent down and reached out to pull up the first man. The latter jumped onto the horse without hesitation. The two men rode together and continued to pursue without fear of death. It was obvious that Bei Meng's soldiers were brave and good at fighting. Chapter 419. The machete man had no intention of engaging in a horse battle with the remaining city riders. The mount suddenly neighed in pain. Its forelegs seemed to have been crushed by a heavy weight. The machete man on the back of the horse soared into the air, turning around in midair and stabbing at the two riders. The two riders only saw a shadow sweep over their heads. Their heads were cut off by a sweep of his leg. Their bodies rolled into the yellow mud in the distance. The handsome swordsman, who had never drawn his saber, stood on the back of a galloping horse. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body shot toward another cavalryman like an arrow leaving the bowstring. After a few leaps, he kicked the cavalryman in the chest, and the cavalryman in armor was brutally crushed to death. The cavalryman was separated from his horse one by one, and his internal organs were shattered into a mess. Other than the second rider, the rest of the 10 riders were all dead. The frightened lieutenant asked in a low voice, "General, should we send someone to report to the city?" Tao Qianji nodded. He leaned over and patted his horse's head. He said calmly, "You 20 riders will scatter and return to the city. Don't worry about me." The lieutenant's eyes turned red. He called out in a hoarse voice, "General." Tao Qianji smiled. "How can I die so easily? I also don't want to die here." After Tao Qianji finished speaking, he coldly said, "Listen, return to the city." After a brief hesitation, the 20 riders left with hatred in their hearts. The young machete man didn't stop them. He jumped off his horse and onto the official road. Obviously, he only had eyes for Tao Qianji today. Tao Qianji was sitting high on his pale golden Fergana horse, with one hand holding the reins and the other holding the broadsword. With a calm demeanor, he asked in a loud voice, "Did that puppy Morong Zhangtai send you to assassinate me?" The assassin standing on the road didn't say a word. He just walked toward the remaining city magistrate. Tao Qianji sneered. Could it be Princess Hongyan's new male companion? How did this little girl's standards suddenly increase so much? Interesting. Tao Qianji, who was wearing an excellent black armor, jumped off his horse and patted his horse's neck. The psychic Fergana horse trotted away reluctantly. It neighed and paced back and forth a few dozen feet away, impatiently stomping its hooves. The burly Tao Qianji seemed to know that the assassin would not reveal anything, so he did not waste any more words. The moment he drew his broadsword, killing intent filled the air. As the two sides charged at each other, the official road was immediately filled with murderous aura. It was actually far more imposing than when the young assassin had clashed with the 10 riders. Tao Qianji's saber technique was simple and unadorned, simple and quick. It was a killing move that he had honed during his military life. There was absolutely no sloppiness in his movements. The two men, who were determined to leave behind one of their corpses, collided with a loud bang. The Mang saber hacked down on the short saber's scabbard. Obviously, the Mang saber did not have the extravagant hope of killing the enemy in one strike, because it had accumulated 70 to 80% of its strength. Therefore, the saber edge slid down with unparalleled swiftness. It was aimed at the young swordsman's abdomen. The young swordsman did not draw his saber. He only used the scabbard to block the attack. He did not look at the tip of the saber that was about to touch his abdomen. He twisted his right wrist, and the short saber in the scabbard left his hand. It spun in front of him, and formed a perfect circle without any gaps. When the raindrops that covered the sky and earth hit the circle, they were rebounded. Tao Qianji narrowed his eyes. The tip of his saber did not shrink back. He suddenly exerted force, trying to pierce through the circle that was no thicker than the scabbard. The tip of the Mang saber rubbed against the simple scabbard, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal and stone colliding. Tao Qianji's chi flowed like a spring, layer upon layer. In an instant, he multiplied his arm strength several times, and the tip of his saber blossomed with a bright white light. The young assassin retreated. He did not see how he touched the scabbard, but he was pulled back. His right hand swept out in a subtle angle, and the scabbard in his hand spun rapidly around the tip of the saber like a viper. Then it climbed up and was about to chop off Tao Qianji's wrist that was holding the saber. Tao Qianji pulled back his hand slightly and snorted coldly. Where did this unorthodox saber technique come from? Insignificant skill. This cavalry general, who had always been famous for his horse battles in Gusai, swung his sleeves. His Mang saber successfully knocked away the strange scabbard that was still spinning incessantly. Seeing that the person in front of him was unarmed, his Mang saber shone brightly and was about to break the silent assassin's chest. However, when Tao Qianji saw the assassin's right arm pull back and then pull back, he became vigilant. He used the 1,000-pound fall. His feet sank deep into the mud, and he lowered his head to avoid the scabbard that was about to cut his head. Tao Qianji, who had dodged the attack, pulled out the tip of his foot, splashing a large piece of mud as he pounced on the young swordsman with endless strange techniques. Both of his hands gripped the hilt of his saber. His robust body leaned forward, and with a strong momentum he crashed into the young swordsman with his saber. The scabbard did not cut off Tao Qianji's neck, but it did not fall to the ground. Instead, it circled in the air like a swallow and came to the assassin's left hand. With a flick of his finger, the scabbard left his hand in the blink of an eye and stabbed toward Tao Qianji. Somewhat aggrieved, Tao Qianji twisted his Mang saber and rolled his body along with it. He stood still on the side of the official road and stared at the assassin who had accurately controlled the scabbard to kill with a flick of his finger. He laughed sinisterly. It's actually the flying saber of the Jianghu boars. Let me see how long you can do it in one go. The scabbard was like a nimble swallow circling around the beam. Every time the swordsman flicked his finger, it would circle incessantly. Neither side gave the other a chance to rest. The white light of the Mang saber was like a firefly. Tao Qianji rolled his saber and moved away. The scabbard circled in the air like a swallow, constantly colliding with the Mang saber. In contrast, Tao Qianji, who was full of murderous intent, was unable to restrain his anger. The rolling momentum of his saber was terrifying. The assassin, who was none other than Bailiang and His Royal Highness, was much more leisurely. On the official road, he used the flying saber that he had stolen from Xiao Chang outside the Tumbling Horse Pass and the Fish Dragon Gang's master's 3-cupped fists. He had mastered it thoroughly and was strolling leisurely. He seemed to know when to advance and when to retreat. He already had a somewhat lofty Grand Master's demeanor. There was once an old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat who made an immortal kneel with an umbrella. The scabbard of the spring thunder had failed several times against Tao Qianji's armor. Su Fengnian's eyes suddenly became fierce. The sword intent in his chest suddenly poured out like a river. He unbelievably used the flying saber's scabbard to perform the embryonic form of the sword Qi rolling dragon wall. The scabbard closed and the spring thunder finally returned to Su Fengnian's right hand. Tao Qianji knelt on one knee. Bei Meng's saber was stabbed into the ground. Thick blood flowed from his wrist along the blade. His armor was shattered. His whole body was badly mutilated. There were even some wounds where his bones could be seen. Tao Qianji raised his head and grinned. Boy, are you still not going to pull out my saber? Su Fengnian thought for a while. The corner of his mouth pulled up into a cruel smile. Then he tirelessly performed the sword Qi rolling dragon wall 10 times. After 3 times, Tao Qianji's armor was completely broken. After 6 times, only his right arm holding the saber was still intact. After 10 times of the sword Qi rolling dragon wall, Tao Qianji's body was already smashed. He knelt on the ground with his hands on the hilt of his saber. Su Fengnian slowly walked forward and mercilessly used the spring thunder's scabbard to send him flying. The Fergana horse galloped over. Su Fengnian sneered and leaned to the side. He gently jumped up and wrapped his arms around the horse's neck. He bent his knees and leaned his body back. Taking advantage of the momentum, he flipped the warhorse over. It collapsed on the official road with a loud crash. The Fergana horse's entire back was smashed and it died on the spot. From beginning to end, Su Fengnian didn't waste a single word with this Beimeng city magistrate, who should have had a bright future ahead of him. Su Fengnian stood up and allowed the rain to wash away the mud on his back. He repositioned the spring thunder saber and pulled out the umbrella. Facing the direction of Beimeng, he pulled out the handful of yellow papers that he had deliberately left at the foot of the wall of the Wei residence and gently scattered them into the air. A 7,000-word chapter. Please receive a red ticket. Chapter 420. Walking in the heavy mud with an umbrella, Su Fengnian slowly tore off a piece of root mask and put it in his pocket. Among the 6 masks meticulously made by the southern Xinjiang witch Xu Xiu, there were 3 levels of air passage, root formation, and spirit. The air passage mask could be smeared and removed at will, but it would take a lot of energy to use the root formation mask. According to Xu Xiu, the mask could only be used once. As for the reincarnation mask, which changed one's foundation, one could not restore one's original appearance even if one was disfigured. The root formation mask could be used 3 to 4 times. Su Fengnian did not want any men of sacrifice to follow him. He left a puppet in Beiliang Palace as a smokescreen. After entering Beimang, he would inevitably become a thrifty miser. He would kill 6 second-rank martial artists, 3 Vajra martial artists, and 1 finger Xian martial artist. This was one of the goals that Su Fengnian had set for himself in northern Mang. The reason why he chose Left City in Dragon Waste Province as the base of northern Mang was mostly because of Tao Qianji, the city overseer. This former commander-in-chief who had been demoted in public, but was actually promoted in private, was placed in Left City by northern Mang royal court. How could it be as simple as keeping Tao Qianji away from the grudges between him and the several members of the royal family of the younger generation? Northern Mang Empress sat on the throne of the royal court and cast covetous eyes on the Liang dynasty that had unified the spring and autumn period. She was truly acting as if she was sitting in the north and facing the south. Who dared to say that Tao Qianji was not a key pawn that she used to target northern Liang Yuzhou? Although this person was only a martial artist who was close to second rank, Tao Qianji was far more than ordinary in terms of rallying the people at the border and the threat to Beiliang in the future. When he talked with Su Xiao secretly, he mentioned this new city magistrate. He said that killing Tao Qianji was equivalent to killing 3,000 Beimang soldiers. At this time, Tao Qianji, who liked to torture and kill Beiliang soldiers every day, had not yet stabilized his foundation. How could Su Fengnian not make a move? Tao Qianji could be considered to have died at a good time. Although Su Fengnian had taken off his mask and the simple and unadorned spring thunder saber at his waist was not very conspicuous, the 20 or so armored bodyguards had fled back to Yu City, even if they were like a group of dragons without a leader. With Tao Qianji's achievements in managing the army, they were bound to set up an inescapable net. Su Fengnian had been strolling around the city for the past 2 days, and had already thoroughly studied the layout of Yu City. Instead of going through the city gate, he chose a section of the city wall where there were few signs of human habitation, and climbed up the wall, like an ant attacking a city. The rain was still pouring down heavily. He climbed to the top of the city wall and leaped over it, landing lightly at the base of the inner city wall. He walked through the deserted alleys and narrow streets. Other than Tao Qianji, there were still other experts in Yu City. Small groups of cavalry roamed in different directions. The martial law was cleverly enforced, loose on the outside but tight on the inside. Su Fengnian was worthy of being called an expert when it came to this level of patrolling and searching. Naturally, he easily avoided them, and even went to Zhou Ji's store to buy a tray of piping hot soup dumplings. From the time he left the Wei mansion to the time he returned, it had only been 3 hours. There was still an hour until lunchtime. The maidservant Chun Nong had been waiting in his room. When Su Fengnian pushed open the door, the bored girl was leaning against the windowsill in a daze and did not notice him. It was only when she smelled the aroma that she suddenly turned her head. She saw young Master Su, drenched in sweat, holding a tray of food in his hands. Her eyes reddened for no reason. Su Fengnian had no choice but to interrupt her brewing emotions. He teased, "Don't think too highly of yourself. I bought it along the way. Take it and eat it with Qiushui. As for changing clothes, I'll do it myself. I don't want to spoil your appetite." Are you crying? Don't. If outsiders see me, they'll think I'm worse than a beast. I want to take a tray of soup dumplings and elope with you back to Beiliang. The young maidservant sniffled. Seeing young Master Su's determined expression, she hesitated for a moment before giving in to the gluttonous bug in her stomach. She carefully took the soup dumplings and walked to the doorstep. She glanced back and smiled charmingly. Su Fengnian waved his hand and waited for her to trot far away before locking the door. He took off the spring thunder and placed it on the table. He took out the tightly wrapped knife manual and a stack of dough. He did not take off the silk armor that was warm in winter and cool in summer. He changed into a clean and comfortable scholar's robe and put away his personal belongings. He could really be considered to be alone in the world. Chun Nong must have eaten the soup dumplings carelessly. She was dragged back by the ear by Chiu Shui, who was more sensible. She helped young Master Su with his hair. Chun Nong kept throwing meaningful glances at Sister Chiu Shui. The latter quietly sighed and asked, "Young Master Su, are you leaving Luqing to return to Lingzhou today?" Su Fingnian nodded and went straight to the point. "Uncle Wei's original intention was for the two of you to return to Lingzhou with me. However, there's a saying. If a man doesn't have a career, how can he start a family?" Turning his head, he saw the two maidservants looking at each other. They were very cute. Su Fingnian laughed and said, "You really believe me? I'm just poor and can't afford to raise the two of you. I want to make a few more trips to Beimang and earn some money before bringing the two of you back to Lingzhou in a grand manner." Chun Nong, who was combing Su Fingnian's hair, timidly said, "Chun Nong and Sister Chiu Shui can play women's and zither. It's fine even if we don't need young Master Su's support." Chiu Shui's thoughts were much more meticulous and mature. She quietly shook her head at Chun Nong. The latter's eyes were wet like a broken dam. She was like a pool of water that had been wrinkled by the spring breeze. She was full of affection, but she obediently bit her lips and did not cry out loud. Of course, Su Fingnian would not really bring the two maidservants back to Beiliang. Even if he used his identity as a disciple of the military supervisor's mansion, it was not suitable. Furthermore, his real identity was like a lightning pool. If he stepped into it carelessly, he would easily be crushed. The two delicate 10 golden lotuses were best grown in such a quiet environment. If they were transplanted into a turbulent river, they would only die early. During the last lunch in Luqing, the most eye-catching dish was actually a fried snail with ginger and pepper. Qingming snail, as fat as a goose, was a pile of green on the white jade plate. It was a pity that the members of the fish dragon gang were a group of boorish men. They only recognized pigs, cows, and sheep as meat dishes. They did not know how difficult it was to find these seasonal snails from the muddy ponds and streams in Jiangnan, and transport them alive to Beimang. Fortunately, there was a roasted whole lamb at every table, which made the fish dragon gang feel greasy. Today, Lu Narong had said that they were not allowed to drink, which was a bit of a fly in the ointment. However, after Xiao Bangzhu and foreign guest Gong Sun left, Miss Lu became more and more at ease. Gradually, she became more and more independent. The members of the fish dragon gang were sincerely convinced. The tears on Chun Nong's cheeks disappeared, but she was in low spirits. On the other hand, Chiu Shui was still graceful and considerate. She stood beside Su Fingnian, picked out the meat of the snails with a bamboo stick, and put them on the plate one by one. The old fox Wei Feng's generosity had already won the favor of the fish dragon gang. They knew that Grandpa Wei was rich and powerful, and he was a tycoon who had a firm foothold in Beimang. Naturally, he was arrogant. Otherwise, many people would want to recognize him as their godfather. Originally, they did not know much about Grandpa Wei and did not like him. Now it was obvious that he was related to Grandpa Wei. Many people completely lost the courage and interest to challenge Grandpa Wei. They began to think about how to be more friendly on the way back to Beiliang to make up for the estrangement from the northbound trip. Wei Feng smiled and said, "Nephew, fried snails are like old wine. Even the king of hell would not leave. This fried qingming is not a famous dish, but it's really hard to enjoy this taste in Beimang. You should try more." He should really treat him as his nephew. Wei Feng did not continue to be polite. He turned to Lu Narong and said with a smile, "Miss Lu, Grandpa Wei still said that if you really want cash, you can immediately send it to the fish dragon gang's carriage. The Wei family also has some strong men who can help to escort. I dare not boast, but I can still squeeze out 20 men." Lu Narong shook her head and said with a smile, "It's too rash to bring tens of thousands of taels of silver to the border. These days, the fish dragon gang has been treated with great care by Grandpa Wei. We have spent too much money, and we really don't have the face to let Grandpa Wei worry about us." Lu Narong trusts Grandpa Wei, and also trusts the two banks in Beiliang and Beimang. Wei Feng stroked his beard and smiled without saying anything. Lu Narong raised her cup. Lu Narong does not dare to drink too much, but I respect Grandpa Wei very much. I will toast Grandpa Wei 3 times on behalf of the Fish Dragon Gang. Grandpa Wei, you can drink as much as you want. She drank 3 cups in a row without spilling a drop. Wei Feng took a sip and put down the cup, but no one thought that the old man was putting on airs. During this period of time, in addition to relying on the Wei family to live a happy life in the city, they also heard a lot of anecdotes about Grandpa Wei, which were more interesting than the stories told by the storytellers in the tea houses. The wind and rain stopped, and many people went out to visit the tombs on the street. When they came, there was a carriage with goods and a Gongsun Lianqiu with a horn bow at his feet. When they left, there was only Su Fengnian with the spring thunder saber in the corner. Before getting on the carriage, he bowed to Wei Feng. This time, the latter did not pretend to be angry and accepted it calmly. Watching the Fish Dragon Gang go farther and farther away, Wei Feng withdrew his gaze and glanced at the 2 maids, Chun Nong and Qiu Shui, who were not able to send him off. He frowned and moved his lips slightly, but it was unclear what Grandpa Wei said. Passing by the city gate, Su Fengnian, who did not have the spring thunder saber, took the initiative to get off the carriage. The guards at the city gate opened the entry records and checked them carefully one by one. After confirming that there were no mistakes, they let them go. 100 steps away from the city, Su Fengnian, who was leading the horse, subconsciously looked at the city gate and saw a woman with a mink hair covering her forehead standing side by side with the well-dressed retainer. She made a fierce gesture of cutting her throat with a knife. Su Fengnian smiled. Are they all rushing to die on the Qingming festival? Stay in the city. Stay. At this moment, Su Fengnian had the impulse to draw his knife. A princess with a xianbei hairstyle on her waist. Her head seemed to be no lighter than Tao Qianji's head. Chapter 421. Finally, God's face was no longer gloomy. The sky slowly cleared up, and the first ray of sunlight shone through the clouds that had been cloudy for many days. The plump woman wore a mink headband on her head and a jade belt on her waist. She held a satin umbrella in one hand and swung it back and forth. She looked down at the slender man who had left the city with the Fish Dragon Gang. After doing that bloody action, she seemed to be amused by herself and burst into laughter. The old man in embroidered clothes beside her could not understand her master's thoughts. He asked in a low voice, "Princess, why are you competing with this pale young commoner? Do you need me to take action?" 2 days ago, Princess Hongyan, who had personally gone to the city lord's mansion to deliver the message to Tao Qianji, shook her head slightly. She stopped laughing and said playfully, "Old Dragon King, I'm just playing around. I don't know why I can't help but want to bully and scare this guy when I see him. But it's strange. Even though I know it's impossible, I still feel that this guy has something to do with Tao Qianji's death. We women's intuition can't even be understood by ourselves." The old man in embroidered clothes smiled and said, "How can I deserve to be called Dragon King by Princess Hongyan?" The woman, who was already extremely wealthy in the Beimeng dynasty, smiled and did not comment. She gently spun the satin umbrella with a red sandalwood handle. She had liked rainy weather since she was young. She would spin the umbrella in the rain and shoot the raindrops. The Northern Mang Empress, who was over 50 years old, had always been cold and indifferent to the royal family. She was only exceptionally fond of this young princess. When Princess Hongyan was still a child, she would often follow her father into the palace to meet the emperor. His Majesty the Emperor would personally place her on his lap and watch her play. This was once a rare and heartwarming scene in the imperial palace. Unfortunately, after she grew up and left the imperial city, it was inevitable that her warm relationship with the emperor would gradually drift apart. This was especially so after Princess Hongyan's father committed a serious crime of speaking out of turn. It had already been several years since she last saw the iron-blooded empress who had killed the empress, the emperor, and the emperor's descendants. She sighed and shook her head to dispel some of her gloomy emotions. Her eyes sharpened as she said, "Tao Qianji is beyond redemption. His death is not to be regretted. He was such an important figure in the royal court. Yet he was angry with me, a princess. He insisted on leaving the city during the Qingming festival. Now look, he's been killed." According to the description of the guards, The self-proclaimed painter Helianjiyuan also painted a portrait of him. Hundreds of light cavalry equipped with only a broadsword, searching the city like headless flies. Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack? Tao Qianji's death is so dubious. Morong Zhangtai and the rest of the scum who have old and new grudges with Tao Qianji will be played to death by Fatty Dong, and the rest of the young men with real power in the army. It will be a big fuss over a minor issue. After all, Morong Zhangtai and I are cousins. The old man, who always had his hands in his sleeves, smiled and said, "If the princess grieves over the death of the rabbit, then you are giving too much face to Morong Zhangtai and the others." The woman's face changed like the day in June. She giggled and said, "That's right. Although these brats always followed me around when they were young with 2 trails of snot hanging from their noses, it's a pity that the older they get, the less adorable they are. I'm too lazy to care about them." The old man in embroidered clothes naturally didn't rely on flattery to become one of the top officials in Jade Toad Province. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Tao Qianji was an expert in both horse and foot combat when he was young. If he practiced his broadsword technique for more than 10 years, he might have a chance to reach a higher level. That Gu Jiantang in the south was a great grandmaster who relied on killing people. There are many hidden guards in the city, which means that the slightest movement in Bailiang can't escape our eyes. Therefore, the assassin who broke through the border single-handedly is most likely not a weakling." After easily killing 10 elite cavalrymen, he then killed the small second-pin Tao Qianji in a short time, and made the reinforcements rush to empty space. The key is whether or not the assassin drew his broadsword when he killed Tao Qianji. If he didn't, then it's a bit exaggerated. I reckon that not only will the city be in a state of chaos, many of the feudal officials in Dragon Waste Province will also be on tenterhooks. The woman with the mink hair covering her forehead laughed heartlessly and said, "Dragon Waste Province can't be compared to Gusai Province, which has been through the flames of war for a long time. The old men here are used to living like princes, and all of them are fat. When they look down, they can't even see the little bird under their crotch. It's better if more of these Beimang officials die." The old man in embroidered robes laughed out loud. This young master's tongue was indeed as vicious as ever. Although he had followed her around for many years, and had already toured all 8 provinces of Beimang, he was still surprised from time to time. Princess Hongyan murmured softly, "Liang has Zhao Go, but don't we also have a spider web in Beimang? I'd like to see when this assassin will run into the web." 2 cocoons, 6 men holding poles, 300 men catching men, and 80 women pouncing on butterflies. They're all like mad dogs. Hearing this string of obscure words that did not cause any ripples in the ears of the common people, the old man in embroidered robes looked around vigilantly. Seeing that there was no one around, he did not make a sound. The woman with the mink hair covering her forehead smiled charmingly and said, "Old Dragon King, what are you afraid of? Weren't you a big shot in this spider web before? Now that there are 6 insufferably arrogant men holding poles, almost half of them have to call you Marshal Uncle." The old man sighed and said, "Without that layer of human skin identity, even a newly promoted man catching men won't take this old servant seriously." Chapter 422. She smiled and said, "Everyone says that the old Dragon King has 1 foot in the Vajra realm, and 1 foot in the Profound Finger realm. He is ranked 9th among our northern Mang's 10 great devils." The old man in embroidered clothes was slightly absent-minded and shook his head. "Compared to Tuoba, Hong Jingyan and Luo Yang, whether it is in the realm or the ability to kill, I am far behind them." The woman touched the mink headscarf on her head. She looked innocent and charming as she said sweetly, "You may be lacking compared to them, but you are much better than them. I am so envious." The old Dragon King smiled knowingly. Outside the city, the young man from the Fish Dragon Gang, Wang Dashi, was walking beside young Master Su, who was leading a horse slowly. The young man had followed young Master Su's gaze and looked back. When he saw the woman with the mink hair covering her forehead, he was startled. Not all young men in Jianghu had the courage and confidence to not be afraid of tigers. Wang Dashi was very afraid of this enchanting woman who had hooked up with the soldiers at Tumbling Horse Pass. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that she was both dangerous and indecent. Su Fengnian mounted his horse and came to Lu Narong, who was leading the group. He said directly, "I will part ways with the Fish Dragon Gang when we reach Yanhui Pass. There are some private matters that the general's residence has asked me to deal with. In the carriage, there is a small box of fire pleats that I asked for from the Wei residence, as well as a few calligraphy and paintings that Old Man Wei gave as a gift. It is also an additional compensation from the general's residence to the Fish Dragon Gang. Miss Lu can decide whether to accept it or not. In order to build a relationship with the government, it was not appropriate to give real money as it would easily violate taboos. It was better to give a few tasteful treasures to play with. Moreover, it was not necessarily useful to just worship the Bodhisattva in the temple. They also had to bribe the monks guarding the door. The Fish Dragon Gang was really terrible in this regard. The more you lose the initiative and want to make up for it, the more you can't rush it. Actually, old Chief Lu has a good reputation in Lingzhou. As long as you're willing to lower your head, it won't be difficult for you to break the deadlock. In the end, don't look down on those old men who lower their heads and smile apologetically. They also have embarrassing situations where they lower their heads and lower their heads. If you think about it from another angle, unless the King of Hell sends the black and white impermanents to take their lives, there's actually no obstacle in this world that can't be overcome. Lu Narong coldly glanced at Su Fengnian. She pursed her lips, revealing her sharpness. This girl was like a piece of unpolished jade. After being polished by life, she became more and more resplendent. Su Fengnian didn't mind her deliberate indifference and continued, "I'm just saying this because I want to leave on good terms." Lu Narong turned to look at Su Fengnian calmly and said, "I won't throw it away, nor will I find it dirty. The fish dragons deserve it." Su Fengnian smiled and turned to point at the youth who was running with his head down on the muddy official road. He whispered, "Lu Narong, do you know that he likes you?" Lu Narong followed his finger and saw the unknown youth in the fish dragons. She was stunned. Su Fengnian looked straight ahead and slowly said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just telling you the truth. Otherwise, you might never know that there's such a fool who has a one-sided love." Lu Narong frowned. "I actually know." Su Fengnian didn't linger and annoyed her. He pulled on the reins and slowed down. Although he was no longer as cynical as the young heir after 2 different travels, no matter how good his temper was and how smooth his temper was, he wasn't so thick-skinned that he liked to be scolded and looked for supercilious looks. As for why he took the blame at the Wei residence and didn't explain the cause of Xiao Chang's death, it was because Lu Narong was burning with anger at that time. If he explained it, it would be a cover-up. Why bother? Moreover, if she wanted to hate, then let her hate thoroughly. His Royal Highness had walked step by step all these years. He was almost numb to this kind of misunderstanding. Wasn't this the guilt His Royal Highness felt for forcing Gong Sunyang to his death? Returning to the youth's side, Su Fengnian laughed in a low voice. "Wang Dashi, just now I told Miss Lu that you like her." Wang Dashi was first shocked, frightened, and alarmed. Then his face flushed red and he almost cried. Young Master Su was the person he admired and was most grateful to in his life. How could he dare to blame him? He could only lower his head and shake his shoulders. It was obvious that he had been wrong to the point of choking. Su Fengnian smiled and comforted him. "I lied to you." Wang Dashi raised his head, unable to speak. He was at a loss and disappointed. Su Fengnian smiled. "Wang Dashi, I'll teach you a good way to pursue a girl. Do you want to hear it? It's a real story." Wang Dashi hurriedly wiped his eyes and said in a low voice, "Young Master Su, just say it." Su Fengnian gazed at the bright sky where the dark clouds had dispersed. He said softly, "Walk in front of her and tell her that if you want Jianghu, I'll give you one. If you want the world, I'll give you one. As for me, I just want a son. Will you give it to me?" Wang Dashi was dumbfounded. He stammered, "I don't dare to say that." The corner of Su Fengnian's lips curled up and he smiled gently. Wang Dashi then realized and asked curiously, "Young Master Su, who is it? He has such guts. In our Lingzhou dialect, he's very domineering." Su Fengnian said softly, "My father." Chapter 423. Su Fengnian really wanted to tell this ignorant youth who had just entered the Jianghu that those great heroes in white robes and wielding swords in front of people also had to worry about their 3 meals a day. Those beautiful women who seemed to be above the common populace would also have such petty thoughts. Those vassals who flaunted their power also had the grievance of swallowing their teeth and blood. But in the end they gave up. It was good to have one more day of daydreaming about the Jiang dreams of a youth. Su Fingnian bent down and rubbed the soft mane of the brown horse he sat on. His father, who had been rude to his wife the moment they met, had received a beating. But what surprised the world was that this young soldier from the East Liaoning expedition had escaped death again and again, and climbed to the top of the court step by step. Other than the armor that was no different from that of an ordinary general, he had also put on that blue satin python robe that everyone in the dynasty knew about. But in His Royal Highness's eyes, the King of Bailiang, the pillar of the country, the great general, these awe-inspiring titles, probably because it was dark under the lamp, he rarely thought deeply about them. What he remembered the most was Su Xiao sewing cloth shoes year after year. In his youth he had felt that Su Xiao was extremely bored, and now, he still felt that Su Xiao was boring. Boring. The butcher Su Xiao had many things to say. Zhao Chongling was dead. So many of his old brothers who had lived but not died with him were dead. He had never taken another consort. His children had married, traveled. Who could he find to talk to? Su Fingnian exhaled deeply. He suddenly realized that he was also very bored, at least on this trip to the north. For some reason, His Royal Highness thought of Wooden Sword Wenhua's catchphrase. He was very depressed. The fish dragon gang safely reached the vicinity of Yanhui Pass. Su Fingnian also turned back north. The reason why he did not leave the city, and went to the heart of Dragon Waste State, was because he was afraid that old Foxway would notice. Refusing to accept the spring water was already suspicious. Su Fingnian did not want to cause more trouble over such a small matter. The parting with the fish dragon gang was neither sad nor joyful. It was as calm as water. The fish dragon gang did not dare to enter the city, and could only spend the night on a lush slope. The feeling of using the sky as a blanket, and the ground as a bed was not good. It was just something to talk about after success. Not many people were willing to suffer such hardships. Of the fish dragon gang, only the young man sent Su Fingnian off. As the sun set in the west, Su Fingnian stopped before getting on the horse and said with a smile, "The fist technique I taught you is not a divine mental cultivation method. It relies on dripping water to penetrate a stone. You can treat it as strengthening your body. As for the sword technique called 3-Jin, you may not be able to use it in your entire life. If you knew that the swordsman who created this sword technique was an old blacksmith with a missing front tooth, you would be very disappointed. As for him, his surname is Huang and he is from Western Shu. He has been poor all his life and has neither a wife nor a disciple. I will treat it as accepting you as a disciple on behalf of old Huang. Both of you are stupid. A stupid master does not mind that his disciple is not smart. There are too many sly people in Jianghu. Every one of them is a fox who wants to become a demon. I am one of them. Honest people are rare. You are one of them. So don't learn from me. If I don't return to Bailiang, at least he still has one move of his sword technique." After Su Fingnian mounted his horse, the man, the horse, and spring thunder rushed towards northern Mang. Wang Dashi stopped and looked into the distance. When young Master Su's figure disappeared, he clenched his fists and encouraged himself, warning himself not to be lazy. As soon as he turned around, he saw Lu Narong standing not far away. The courage he had just gathered disappeared. The young man was only left with uneasiness. Lu Narong laughed it off and walked back to the hillside together. No matter how slow Wang Dashi was, he could see the tension between Lu Narong and young Master Su. He said carefully, "Young Master Su is really a good person." Lu Narong said softly, "Of course he is a good person to you. I don't deny it." Wang Dashi's face turned red. The young man was simple and honest. He was clumsy and did not know where to start. Su Fingnian rode alone to the north and sat on the horse's back. He used the basic Taoist incantation to cultivate the qi of 1 inhalation and 6 exhalations, which was seamless with the horse's back. He blew to remove heat and calm the heart, breathed to calm the 8 winds, breathed to plant the green lotus, breathed to raise the dragon and tiger, and constantly supplemented by knocking on the teeth to knock on the gold and jade, which echoed in his mind. As time went by, the qi of the body was like a bear's meridian and a bird's extension, which formed the 3 pure heavens. The most obvious thing was the formation of a layer around the heart. Different Taoist scriptures had different descriptions. Some said that the Jindan became the Yuanying of the Jinren, while others said that the heart was planted with the longevity lotus. Su Fengnian could already clearly feel the 6 qi of the heart in his body circling around his heart, like a dragon biting a pearl, providing a strong protection to his heart. However, Su Fengnian was still far from reaching the state of introspection, but in the process of crazily absorbing the qi of the yellow court, he had a vague embryonic feeling of borrowing the celestial phenomenon and earth qi. Although there was still a layer of window paper to break through to the Vajra realm, Su Fengnian was confident that the Vajra realm was more similar to the heavenly king form of the white-robed monk of the 2 Zen temples, which was different from ordinary top martial artists. Otherwise, he would have died under Miss Hehe's hand knife attack. The mysterious qi of the yellow court was that before the heart was exhausted, even if the limbs were broken, it would seriously affect the combat power. It was much more practical than the priceless silk armor on his body. Therefore, it was easier for the sages of the 3 religions to approach the land immortals than the dragons and pythons of the Jianghu. However, a high realm did not mean that one would be strong in killing people. Although Buddhism also had the saying that the Vajra glaring eyes could subdue the 4 demons, they still paid more attention to the Bodhisattva's benevolent 6 paths. This was also the painstaking effort of the Beimeng martial arts evaluation, the national advisor Qilin Immortal, and the host of the 2 Zen temples to be independent of the evaluation. As for Tsing Chao Chongqing, one should know that this person was once a peerless Confucian general, who led troops to kill. He was known as the weirdo who made the heaven and earth kill. He was the #1 weirdo among the millions of scholars in the Liang and Beimeng dynasties. As his realm increased, Su Fengnian's perception of the heaven and earth increased clarity of heaven and earth. When he thought of the meeting on Gangnam-do, he could feel Chao. Chapter 424. With the protection of the slender female warrior, Su Fengnian finally reached the 2nd floor safely after paying the deposit. The female owner of the inn, who looked unusually steady, personally carried a basin of well water and placed it on the shelf before leaving with a smile. Su Fengnian washed his face. Since his skin dared to claim that it was rooted in the ground, a normal grooming would not hinder him. The basin of well water was already very muddy. Feeling refreshed, Su Fengnian pushed open the window and turned his head to look at the wine bowls and tea sets on the table. They were actually expensive Jiangnan craftsmanship, with 3 colors of yellow, purple, and green, extremely beautiful. No wonder the inn dared to ask for 50 taels of silver as a deposit. This duck-head Greenin's business was booming, so it should not be an unscrupulous in that use human flesh to make buns. Seeing the female owner chatting and joking with the Jianghu heroes without regard for them as strangers, Su Fengnian felt relieved. He did not dislike fighting and killing, but if he had never met each other, it would be really boring to fight to the death just for money. It was not easy to wander Jianghu, who would want to drown in Jianghu. There were 6 dining tables in the courtyard, with more than 20 people sitting there. Most of them were bare-chested and had hairy chests. When they drank and ate, their chest muscles, which were more spectacular than a woman's chest, trembled. Fortunately, these heroes could still maintain their amazing appetite. Shoddy knives, swords, and axes were casually placed on the table. There were few good ones. Beimeng was short of copper and iron, and Bailiang was strictly controlled. Even if one brought a hoe across the border, he would have to meticulously register it. When the wandering heroes of the Liang dynasty went out to gain experience, most of their weapons were of high quality, but their horses might be much worse than those in Beimeng. After all, the horse farms in Beimeng were much better. It was not easy to raise mature horses to fight in an army, and the 8 prefectures also kept a close eye on them. However, it was not difficult for rich heroes to spend a lot of money to get 1 or 2 horses to decorate their shop. Su Fengnian did not care about the boorish men in the courtyard who were full of vulgar words. However, the relatively quiet diners at the tables on the 1st floor of the inn were not simple. Among them, the diners at the 2 tables in the corner were all strong men. Most of them had the valiant spirit of soldiers that Su Fengnian was familiar with. The moon surrounded by stars was a white-haired old man with a conspicuous red mole between his eyebrows. He looked calm. A handsome and unruly swordsman in white sat alone at a table, drinking wine leisurely. His white scabbard was wrapped with silver threads, and the golden tassel on his sword was very eye-catching. The seniors of Jianghu had earnestly advised him not to reveal his true colors, but this swordsman did the opposite. He definitely had something to rely on. At the other table sat a young woman and a young girl, dressed in silk and satin. In the chaotic duck-head green inn, they looked especially pure. The young girl had red lips and white teeth, and looked 70 to 80% similar to her mother. When Su Fengnian went upstairs, he caught a glimpse of the child standing innocently on the bench from the corner of his eye, asking her mother to eat this and that. The young woman with an oval face had a lot on her mind. Her face was gloomy, but she forced a smile to deal with the child's coquettishness. Su Fengnian did not plan to go out to find food. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and reached out to cover his ears. His fingers were placed behind his head, and his index finger overlapped with his middle finger. He slid it down and lightly tapped the back of his head 24 times, knocking on several major acupoints of the Feng Mansion's Phoenix Pond. It was the great yellow courtyard's double-cry heavenly drum sinking heavenly water. Inside his body, the sword aura rolled and rolled like a dragon wall. It could be said that he was in an abyss of suffering. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he heard the sound of the door next door opening and closing. Judging by the weight of the footsteps, it was undoubtedly the mother and daughter. Su Fengnian stopped breathing and took off his outer garment. He sat cross-legged on the bed and flipped through the saber manual. The 6th page was the incomparably domineering sword aura opening shoe style. The 7th page was the thin stream swimming fish style. According to the rough annotations in the words, it was probably Wang Xianji's enlightenment when she crossed the stream to catch fish when she was young. It was combined with the quintessence of a sword expert who returned from the martial emperor city with his sword broken. It was like a fish swimming in water. It was also like a mountain range that stretched endlessly. Su Fengnian could not grasp the context of this style. He sighed and lay back, closing his eyes and concentrating. The Great Yellow Courtyard was the Supreme Heart Sutra of Taoism. Su Fengnian had been forced to clear his mind and restrain his desires for the past 2 years. It was glorified as golden chamber ceiling, which made people go crazy. If word got out, he would be laughed at to death by Li Hanlin. Su Fengnian bent his finger and lightly flicked the scabbard of the spring thunder saber. He heard the light tapping sounds from next door, and the tender voice of a child singing a Baimeng ballad. It was faintly melodious and had a unique charm. The green grass grows next year, the wild geese go and come back again. The spring breeze blows this year. Will the young master return? The green grass is green on the green flagstones. On the green flagstone bridge, a man in green hums a tune from Jinling, whose daughter smiles with her head lowered. Su Fengnian felt comfortable listening to the song. He smiled and pricked up his ears to listen to the ballad. However, the good times did not last long. A violent sound of horse hooves could be heard and even the inn shook. The jingling stopped and the ballad stopped. Su Fengnian sat up and walked to the window. He saw that in the dust, nearly 100 armored cavalrymen had swarmed in. The leader was a white-robed young master riding a black steed that had been tamed by the king of wild horses. He directly smashed the inn's courtyard door. Other than 5 or 6 cavalrymen who followed him into the courtyard, the rest of the cavalrymen stopped outside the inn. Dust rose everywhere. The cavalrymen and horses were one entity. This kind of tacit silence and solemnity was far more suffocating than shouting and provoking. Su Fengnian glanced at the general sitting on the black steed. He held an iron spear in his hand, and wore a xianbei hairstyle with a jade buckle. However, he was one nobility lower than the woman with a mink forehead. Su Fengnian directly closed the window. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Since there were no nursery rhymes to listen to, and he didn't want to compete with the saber manual that he had stolen, a flying sword, Peach Blossom, flew out from Su Fengnian's sleeve. It floated in the air, calmly holding his breath and shaking the green lotus. He controlled the pocket-sized dagger to fly around the house, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, like a naughty child flying a kite. If it was in the Liang dynasty where the heads of the Wulins ambitious and ruthless people would have long had their courage crushed by the cavalry, never did they expect that in this northern Mang's Dragon's Waste province. The men sitting at the table in the courtyard knew that there were over 100 elite light cavalry outside. Not only did they not avoid the brunt of the attack, but they also drew their sabers, drew their swords, and raised their axes. They did not even exchange a few pleasantries before more than 20 people charged over. The 6 or 7 riders did not panic in the face of danger. Aside from the 2 riders who were protecting the wealthy master who was dressed in bright clothes and riding a furious horse, the rest of the warhorses retreated. The riders drew their bows and shot arrows together. The first wave of flying feathers accurately nailed into several people's foreheads, the tail of the arrows still trembling slightly. These men's blood was stirred. Not only did they not shrink back, they instead became even more unafraid of death. The 2 riders pulled up the reins. The warhorses suddenly raised their hooves high and heavily stomped down, crushing the chests of 2 men who were close to them. However, one of the riders was immediately stabbed under the armpit by a Jianghu person who took advantage of the gap to sneak in. Then his head was chopped off with an axe. The flying axe continued to fly towards the noble on the dark horse, but it was easily pushed aside by the disdainful look on the latter's face with 2 fingers. The other rider's situation was even more tragic. His warhorse's foreleg was cut off. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, which blocked several sabers and swords, so he did not turn into a hedgehog. However, he still could not escape death. When his warhorse fell to the ground, his head was also chopped off by a sword. This bloody battle naturally appeared inexplicable in the eyes of outsiders, but the real bloody scene had yet to come. Li Woyang's eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 425. In the courtyard, the young man sitting on the back of the dark horse was as motionless as a mountain. His iron spear was like a torrential downpour. Every time he pulled out a spear, a fountain of blood would come out from the enemy's body. Some of the flustered and exasperated flying axes were deftly deflected by him. After the cavalry behind him reaped 5 or 6 lives with their second volley of arrows, he expressionlessly pulled out his Beimang saber and urged his horse to charge forward and entangle with those Jianghu ruffians. Soon after, dozens of people rushed out from the 2nd and 3rd floor of the inn, and dozens of hooks appeared on the yellow mud wall of the courtyard. The warhorse turned around and galloped forward, and the 3 walls collapsed with a loud bang. There was no longer any Sihiyuan. The dark horse retreated as it fought. The young man, who was not an embroidered pillow, seemed to have had his fill of killing. He leisurely retreated from the courtyard with his horse. Several Jianghu ruffians whose eyes were red with bloodlust did not care about the arrows stuck in their bodies. They roared and ran out of the courtyard. Just as they rushed out of the courtyard, they were shot to death by the rain of arrows. A man cleverly rolled forward and raised his hand to chop off the dark horse's iron hooves. In the end, he was stabbed in the back of the neck by the white-robed young man, who fiercely stabbed down and pinned him to death on the ground. This white-robed young man with an elegant face twisted the iron spear and flipped the corpse over. The iron spear still did not let go of the corpse and smashed the man's face into mush. Su Fingnian heard footsteps and put away his flying peach blossom sword. After he got up, he heard a knock on the door. It was the shop owner. This strong woman carried a plate with a roasted lamb leg into the room, along with some snacks for eating. She smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry to disturb you, young master. It's true that the other rooms are occupied by customers who want to kill. Most of them are old acquaintances who have had dealings with money. As the lady boss, I don't have the face to look for a place to watch the show. So, I came to you shamelessly. Take this lamb leg as a gift for young master. Let me stand by the window for a while. What do you think?" Su Fingnian nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, lady owner. By standing here, you are sticking a protective talisman that will keep me out of trouble. This roasted lamb leg can't be eaten for free. Give me as much money as you want. This way, I can live with a clear conscience." A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the strong woman, as if she didn't expect this unfamiliar guest to see through her act of kindness. After she put down the plate, she picked up the food and walked to the window. She cracked some melon seeds and explained calmly, "You may not know, young master, but the Green Duck Inn has been doing business for more than 20 years. Countless people come and go, and there will always be some fighting. However, the Green Duck Inn has never cared. Everyone who comes is a guest. As long as they pay enough money, they can stay and eat, drink, and visit prostitutes. As for whether they can leave alive if they are found by enemies or have a private fight in the inn, it is up to fate. The Green Duck Inn has coffins all year round. When the time comes, they can go in and lie down and wait for their relatives to come and collect their bodies. If there are no relatives, the green duck will help bury them. They are not afraid of becoming a lonely ghost. This is not the first time that there has been a fight between soldiers and bandits like today. A few years ago there was an even fiercer fight. The inn was not originally like this courtyard house. That time, it was completely destroyed. My husband happened to have a bit of a scholar's temperament, so he fixed it up like this. Young master, don't worry. The gratitude and grudges in Bei Mang are all about not being bystanders. This is called being particular about the poor, and also being particular about the good. It is an old rule in the underworld. Only those devils dare to ignore it. Su Fingnian tore off a piece of mutton that was not greasy and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. He asked curiously, "It has already become like this. 100 cavalrymen against 50 or 60 Jianghu people. Is there still a need to be particular about it?" The lady boss cracked the melon seeds very quickly. She leaned against the window and turned her head with a smile. Of course. If you are not particular about it, you will become a devil. In Bei Mang, everyone wants to be a devil, but not everyone can be a devil. Take my husband for example. He always says that if I dare to cheat on him, he will become a devil. Su Fingnian was speechless. He did not even dare to glance at the lady boss's small waist for fear that he would be seen as not particular about it. The lady boss seemed to be a person who could not hide her thoughts. She spilled the beans from a bamboo tube and said, "The one sitting on the crow horse is Murong Jiangshan. He is a bit far from the royal family, but in Longyao province, he can be considered a first-class young master. His cousin in Gusai province, Murong Zhangtai, has a better bloodline. We are just ordinary people. We only know that the lord of Bailiang, Tao Qianji, died for no reason on the Qingming festival. So our wives and daughters hurried over, and said that it was because Murong Zhangtai coveted General Tao's little wife that he killed him. We can't see through the swords and shadows of the people above us, so we can only watch the fun. Most of the men in the inn have nothing to do with Tao Qianji. But they think that General Tao, who killed Bailiang people every day, was a hot-blooded man. When they heard that Murong Zhangtai wanted to snatch General Tao's wife, they felt sorry for the orphan and the widow. So for some reason, they gathered together and said that they wanted to teach this kid a lesson. Of course, some of them must have been hired by Tao Qianji's old subordinates. Murong Zhangtai and his group of nobles, no matter how bad they are, at least they have dozens of Bei Mang sabers and dozens of war horses. Today they brought 100 cavalrymen with them. But it's still hard to say who will win. I believe young master has also thought of the identity of the mother and daughter next door. They also have a group of former loyal subordinates of Tao Qianji, especially that old guy with the red mole between his eyebrows. He is no weaker than Murong Jiangshan, who wields an iron spear. Su Fingnian came to the window and saw the blood flowing like a river outside. He sighed in his heart. Is this the Jianghu of Bei Mang? Moreover, according to the landlady's tone, she didn't think highly of Murong Jiangshan, who led the charge. But if it was in the Liang dynasty, this kind of young master who could subdue women in bed, fight on horseback, talk and laugh while killing enemies, would already be very difficult. In the eyes of many people, he was already an ambitious and ruthless person with a bright future. But in Bei Mang, he was just a common young master of an aristocratic family? Su Fingnian frowned. Moreover, in the Liang dynasty, the Jianghu killings could also be so fierce and tragic. But to say that there was no irreconcilable hatred between them, it was simply unimaginable that they would throw their lives away just for the widow of a general with a good reputation. Outside the building, Murong Jiangshan laughed and said, "Whoever can withstand my spear for 10 rounds, you can be an official, gold or women, whatever you want." Curses were heard everywhere. "Little bastard, your mother said it was too big under my crotch last night. Come call me father." Just as he finished speaking, this man was shot to death by a feather arrow. Murong Jiangshan, stick up your ass, I haven't touched a woman for many days, look at your soft and tender skin. Before this man finished speaking, Murong Jiangshan, who looked calm, threw an iron spear and pierced through his head. More than half of the 100 cavalrymen were killed. Except for those who escaped halfway and those who retreated back to the inn, the rest of the Jianghu people were either dead or wounded. Murong Jiangshan drove his horse forward, bent down and pulled out his iron spear. He stabbed those who were still breathing to death one by one. Then he waved his hand and signaled the remaining 20 cavalrymen to eliminate the root of the problem. He took only 10 cavalrymen and entered the courtyard again. He laughed and said, "Old bastard Sui Song, come out and die with your guards." Su Fengnian murmured, "It's not the same." Chapter 426. At first glance, one could tell that he was the kind of tall and thin man that couldn't be beaten with a stick. His eyes were soft and there was a trace of a smile on his face. The man nodded at Su Fengnian as a form of greeting. The lady boss saw that the dust had settled downstairs. Those who deserved to die were all dead. Sui Song was not at a disadvantage against Morong Jiangshan, but there was a hidden expert among the 10 riders who killed people like picking up grass. After a few rounds of killing, all of Tao Qianji's soldiers were killed. Without exception, all of them died without an intact body. Most of them had their arms torn off. Sui Song was held back by Morong Jiangshan, who was holding a spear on horseback and couldn't help. The old man's eyes were red. He was surrounded by a few riders who were a few feet away from him. He pulled his bow but didn't shoot. Like a monkey, he let the old man fight like a trapped beast. When Morong Jiangshan withdrew his spear, he revealed a flaw. The old man was about to capture the leader of the bandits. But suddenly he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. Unexpectedly, he was hugged by that expert from the army from behind. The two of them were in a strange position, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Sui Song's chest was broken into pieces. Before he died, he was hit on the back of his head by the expert behind him. Sui Song's eyes were red and he couldn't save him. The old man's eyes were red. He was surrounded by a few riders who were a few feet away from him. He pulled his bow but didn't shoot. Like a monkey, he let the old man fight like a trapped beast. When Morong Jiangshan pulled back his spear, he revealed a flaw. The old man was about to capture the leader of the bandits. Suddenly, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. Unexpectedly, he was hugged by that expert from the army from behind. The two of them were in a strange position. This expert from the Beimeng army turned his head and looked at the window where the lady boss was standing. He was about to jump up from the ground and rush into the room on the 2nd floor to kill. Morong Jiangshan was holding his spear on horseback. He signaled this guard from the Imperial Guards Bureau to not act rashly. In the palace of Beimeng, there was a group of cold-blooded guards that were at the top of the military force of the dynasty. The hidden minister, the bell chaser, and the Zhaojia soldier were all the best cold-blooded butchers in the Beimeng army. The 3 of them added up to a total of 400 people. Morong Jiangshan was only a marginal member of the royal family. He was far from being qualified to have any of the 3 guards as his retinue. This first-class Zhaojia soldier was borrowed from his cousin Morong Zhangtai. The Zhaojia soldier had been a Zhaojia soldier for the past 20 years. He had made great contributions in the military. The Beimeng military god Tuoba was also a Zhaojia soldier. Morong Jiangshan didn't mind the people on the 2nd floor looking down at him. He raised his head and said with a smile, "Today, I've disturbed the Duck Head Green Inn. Morong Jiangshan, I'll compensate you 10 to 1 for the loss of the inn. May I ask where shopkeeper Xie is? My cousin Morong Zhangtai and I have long heard of him." The lady boss turned to look at her man and asked, "Old ghost, you just fought with the great demon Luo Yang and lost so miserably. How did you become so famous? Even the Morong brothers want to recruit you? Could it be that this time Sui Song and the others died unjustly because of you?" The man who was flirting with the lady boss not long ago was dumbstruck. A trace of mutton hung on the corner of his mouth as he stared at the thin and sickly man. The number 1 of the devil path, Luo Yang, was invincible. Except for the last time when he was stopped by Tuoba outside the imperial city, there were countless experts who fought with Luo Yang, but only a few of them survived. I heard that one of them, surnamed Xie, was one of them. He became the number 10 devil path expert, just behind the old Dragon King. Lady boss, shopkeeper Xie, please don't frighten me with your husband and wife. Even if I, old Fong, have a lot of guts, I can't stand this kind of torment. The lady boss ignored the crazy rough man. She looked at her man with a difficult expression and asked, "Hey old ghost, let's put Morong Jiangshan on a bonfire and roast him. What do you think we should do?" The man who was not good with words calmly said, You say I'll do it. The lady boss sighed and looked at Su Fingnian, who had been watching with folded arms. Su Fingnian, who knew something was wrong, smiled bitterly and said, Lady boss, why are you looking at me? Do you think I can go out and challenge Morong Jiangshan? Even if I want to, I'm powerless. I'm just staying in this inn. I paid all the money. You can't force me to be a good person who upholds justice, right? The lady boss nodded and said, That's true. The customers who came and went only knew that shopkeeper Xie was Xie Ling, who loved to get drunk, a sickly man who had a tigress at home, but they didn't know that he was the Xie Ling who could fight with the devil path expert Luo Yang without dying. The man stared at Su Fengnian and said slowly with a calm tone, The dragon appears when the corpse is buried. The thunder rises when the abyss is silent. Young master's cultivation is amazing. Your body is weak. It's obviously a Taoist's great ability to rejuvenate. If you're not a disciple of the state preceptor Qilin Immortal, I can't think of anyone who can have such a magical ability at such a young age. But the duck head green and has never broken the rules. If young master doesn't want to do it, Xie Ling will have to force young master to do it for the sake of the rules set by his wife. Young master, you don't have to be too difficult. You just have to make sure that the mother and daughter die outside the inn. When the time comes and those soldiers dare to enter the inn, I'll kill them all. The lady boss's face was full of guilt. She smiled and said, Young master, please don't blame him. My husband is not very reasonable. If he didn't force himself on me, I wouldn't be willing to live a poor life with him. The white-clothed swordsman lying in the corridor is most likely Morong Zhangtai. Young master, you can take him out and threaten him. You can buy some time. Su Fengnian saw the dark-skinned young man appear and disappear like a ghost. He slapped the man's head and killed him on the spot. He cursed, I've long found this surnamed Fong unpleasant to the eye. He never pays for his food. Credit, credit, credit. Go to the king of hell for credit. The lady boss laughed. Don't talk nonsense. You just hate him for sleeping with your sister Ying Tao. Su Fengnian, who had entered the den of thieves, said bitterly, Lady boss, innkeeper, it's not enough for you to play the good cop and the bad cop. Now you want to pull this little brother to play the bad cop to intimidate me? This way of doing business is too particular. The lady boss laughed. If I was 20 years younger, I would definitely chase after young master. The waiter stared. You poor swordsman, don't talk nonsense, otherwise I'll smash you to death with a stool. At that time, you won't even have your life and your sword. Su Fengnian asked, You want me to weigh the pros and cons? Young master, you have great ability but you don't do things quickly. The lady boss laughed. All right, after all, it's our inn that is in the wrong first. Old ghost, go to the door and block for this young master. Soldier Qin, don't show off blindly here. You're just a dog meat that can't be served. I'm going to the next room to have a private chat with the soft and tender woman. Young master, why don't you come with me? Su Fengnian followed the lady boss to the next room. The mother and daughter hugged each other and squatted at the foot of the wall. The young woman was weeping with tears. Her heart was as dead as ashes. The young girl didn't know what was going on. She just sobbed with her mother. The lady boss clicked her tongue. She's really a charming young woman. Young master, isn't this what you men call? I can't help but feel pity for you. It's worth it to fight with Morong Jiangshan and his gang for such a beautiful young woman. To want a beauty and not want the country, that's what a hero is. Who cares whose wife the beauty is? Isn't this the truth? Su Fengnian was silent. The lady boss looked at the frightened young woman and pointed at Su Fengnian beside her. She laughed. Don't be afraid. This young master is here to save you. But the reward is that you have to give him your virginity. It's fine if you don't. Anyway, Regent Tao Qianji's precious son didn't come this time. If you let me kill this troublesome young girl, your chastity will be saved. You don't want the last descendant of the Tao family to die, right? How miserable would that be? The young woman was dumbfounded. No matter how ignorant the young girl was, she knew that the situation was dangerous. She could only cry heartbreakingly, calling for her mother. She was very sad. Seeing the hesitation in the young woman's eyes, the lady boss laughed with her arms akimbo. After laughing, she said gloomily, Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Your daughter is a piece of flesh that fell from your body. How could you do this to her? I can't have children in my life, But I'm so jealous of women like you who don't know how to appreciate your fortune. Every time I see a woman with a family, I want to chop her up and feed her to the dogs." The young woman, whose dirty and ugly heart had been seen through, instantly became resolute. There was no longer any trace of weakness in her eyes. She was born to be an actress. She stood up and pushed her daughter away. She said to Su Fengnian, "Young master, please save me. I am willing to recommend myself." What a bei mang. Sons are always noble, daughters are as cheap as dogs. Su Fengnian went to help the little girl up. He didn't look at the young woman who was worthy of being a general's widow. He only looked at the lady boss and asked calmly, "Your man is seriously injured." Even if he had reached the finger-profound realm, without the support of his Vajra realm physique, he's just an empty shell. Why? Do you really think you're invincible? The lady boss was stunned as if she had heard a big joke. Young master, even if my man fell to the bottom of the first-grade realm as you said, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It's true that he's not invincible. But do you really think you're a dragon crossing the river? I'm a woman who's kind enough to warm your bed. Don't take my kindness for granted. Young man, if you're at the Vajra realm, I'll wash myself clean and stick out my butt for you to poke, okay? But do you have it? If you're not at the Vajra realm, you're just like an ant in my man's eyes. I just praised you casually, and you're so arrogant that you can't tell north from south? I'll give you one last chance. If you try to act tough in front of me again, I'll cut you to death. Su Fengnian smiled. Except for this child. All of you can go and die. Chapter 427. After the lady boss heard the young swordsman's bold words, her bucket-like waist twisted and turned, looking more and more like a fat peony growing on cow dung. She wiped the tears from her laughter and raised her head. She stretched out 2 fat fingers that were as thick as a woman's and gently rubbed the corner of her eyes. She said, "Young master, are you joking with me? Oh, you can't laugh anymore. You're laughing so hard that your crow's feet are showing. Young master, you're really bad." Su Fengnian also laughed. He shot a glance at the young woman who had an ashamed expression and stroked the head of the frightened child who was hiding behind her. He asked, "Lady boss, was it your man who had long planned to use me as a scapegoat and present me to the Morong brothers with both hands?" The lady boss was thick-hearted and did not bother to hide it. She nodded and said with a smile, "My man still has this bit of eyesight. Otherwise, how could he have found me in a field of flowers? I know young master's skill is neither high nor low. If you die and this fox-like troublemaker is sent out, it's good to settle things peacefully. As for the fate of the mother and daughter, Aaron can't control it. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the little girl for finding a man with bad luck. Then it's young master's bad luck. If it was in the past, as long as you brought enough money, you would have enough wine, meat, and girls." Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "With the innkeeper's skill, you'll be a distinguished guest wherever you go. Why don't you just fall in love with the Morong brothers who came prepared? Or do you think the bowl of the Morong family is too small and not enough to satisfy your appetite?" The lady boss continued to rub the corner of her eyes and carefully smoothed out the crow's feet. She said unhappily, "The Morong family is indeed the biggest pot in the world. Unfortunately, Morong Zhangtai and Morong Jiangshan are only small broken bowls. They can be used to send beggars, but to send my man, they're far from enough. If the Orange Province's disciplinary magistrate Morong Baoding personally comes to visit, then it'll be fine." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "I understand. The lady boss and her husband are waiting for the best price. They are indeed shrewd businessmen." The lady boss pretended to be surprised and said, "Young master, why did you vow to kill everyone? Why did you stop after just saying that? As a man you can't be like this. Although there are only 3 women in the room, all of them will look down on you." Qin Wuzu learned a move from this old lady's man and knocked Morong Zhangtai unconscious. "This old lady hasn't been idle all these years. Why don't I have a match with Gongzi? If Gongzi wins, then I'll go out and fight Morong Jiangshan. Don't worry, many people from Green Duck Head have died this time. Even if there aren't enough coffins, I'll definitely leave a superior Liuzhou cypress coffin for young master. However, young master's sweetheart may have to be borrowed. My husband has been waiting for you for several years, But he really hasn't encountered such a tempting delicacy like young master. To be honest, even if you are really the great disciple of immortal Qilin, I will still help him to cut you out. At worst, I will give up the inn. After revealing the secret at the bottom of her heart, the proprietress smiles gloomily when she reaches the happy part. She is waiting for the young man to show panic, but she is the first to open her eyes wide and say in a trembling voice, "Flying sword." The tall and thin shopkeeper Xie carried the unconscious Morong Zhangtai down the stairs. To show his sincerity, Morong Jiangshan only brought the guard of the imperial tent into the inn. When he saw the 10th person of the evil path, he even threw away his prestigious status and bowed deeply. Xieling put Morong Zhangtai on a wine table, not feeling flattered at all. After fighting with the number 1 person of the evil path, Luoyang, although Xieling was severely injured, his reputation in Beimang's Jianghu rose. Everyone thought that it was an honorable defeat. However, Xieling knew that it was not easy. After concealing his identity for more than 20 years, he obtained a secret manual by chance. He thought that even if he couldn't be evenly matched with Luoyang who attacked the imperial city, he wouldn't be defeated so badly. However, when he really fought against that martial arts giant who didn't leave anyone alive, Xieling realized that he was wrong. The only reason he survived was that the devil showed mercy. The arrogant Xieling wanted to use this battle to become famous and enter the military of Beimang. He wanted to walk the path that was proven to be correct by Tuoba. Now that he was disheartened and his cultivation was greatly damaged, he no longer coveted fame and fortune. Instead, he drank all year round to drown his sorrows. It was said that the super experts of Beimang's Jianghu had all become peerless devils. The first-class experts went to the military to make a name for themselves. The second-class experts lived like princes in the Jianghu and abused their power. The third-class experts and those who didn't enter the Jianghu had to struggle in the muddy pond. Xieling's strength had been greatly damaged, but his mentality was still there. Since he knew that the so-called Devil's Path was nothing more than a facade, he didn't want to go to the Beimang army and make a fool of himself. Moreover, from the beginning, his goal had been the 2 capitals' royal courts. What kind of thing did the little Morong clan disciples count for? Did they have the qualifications to order him around? It's just that although he looked down on them, he still had to pay attention to some rules. Jianghu, the military, and the government each minded their own business. If Jianghu people burned, killed, and plundered in Jianghu, the Beimang Imperial Court would never get involved. But if Xieling was in charge of the Duckhead Green Inn, he would suffer a calamity. With Xieling overseeing the Duckhead Green Inn, the Duckhead Green Inn would not stop them. But if the Morong brothers wanted to kidnap Tao Qianji's widow, the Duckhead Green Inn would not stop them. But if they wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, not only they wanted the young woman's beauty, they also wanted Xieling to come out and add flowers to the brocade. It was inconvenient for Xieling to make things clear, so he let his wife play the bad guy and push the young man with the saber out of the inn and put him to death. It was just to give both sides a way out of the situation. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. You brothers killed people and tore down the inn. I, Xieling, took into account that you are a relative of the imperial family and did not pay any attention to you. But the orphan and the widow were taken out of the inn. The inn drew a clear line with you. If you still dare to take an inch and want a mile, before I, Xieling, became famous, my hands were actually stained with blood. At the beginning of the secret manual, it was said that in 1 year, one's heart and livers are 100 pairs. In 60 years, one can become an immortal. It wasn't that he deliberately wanted to shock people to death. Chapter 428. There are millions of people in the Beimang Jianghu, and there aren't many who are more worthy of being called a devil than me, Xieling. After Morong Jiangshan got the promise from Xieling's eyes, he walked to the table that looked like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He put his hand near Morong Zhangtai's nose and let out a sigh of relief after making sure that he was breathing. If his cousin, whom the family had high hopes for, died here, he would be in deep trouble when he went back. He might even be beaten into a cripple by his tyrannical father. The Morong clan had always worshipped martial arts since ancient times. Being brave and good at fighting was nothing to them. Only a talented scholar like his cousin Morong Zhangtai could stand out in the imperial court. The emperor was very happy to see Morong Jiangtai standing out in the imperial court with his true talent. Morong Jiangshan's family was a branch of the Morong clan, so he had to be careful. Xieling, who was hiding in the city, was the noble that he and his family wanted to rope in after finding out about his secret identity. He was just a stepping stone to show off his power to those scoundrels who died outside the inn. Seeing that Xieling didn't speak, Morong Jiangshan wasn't in a hurry to speak either. He was calculating if he had given enough bargaining chips. Tao Qianji's widow must be taken away. It wasn't as simple as his cousin Morong Jiangtai coveting her beauty, but it was driven by his family's interests. The two capitals and the 4 prefectures in the north and south were confronting each other like tortoises entangling snakes. This was also a scene that the emperor, who had the art of restraint, was happy to see. North Didi City was the Beimeng imperial court that the Liang dynasty talked about. South Yanjing had absorbed a lot of people from the 8 kingdoms. Each of them controlled 2 prefectures, and were independent of the 8 prefectures. When the North Imperial Court official and the South Imperial Court official met, it would be a scene of the North using force and the South using words. Naturally, the Morong clan was a strong pillar of the North Imperial Court official. However, they had gradually infiltrated into Gusai and Longyuan prefectures over the years, and were suspected of poaching. Fatty Dong and Tao Qianji were the pillars of the South Imperial Court official. Back in Gusai Prefecture, they had given Morong Jiangshan and the other nobles a hard time. To the Morong clan, this wasn't just a small matter of face. Under the premise of not touching the emperor's bottom line, they spared no effort to keep each other at bay. Just like this time, when Tao Qianji suddenly died, the Beimeng empress was naturally enraged. However, if Morong Jiangshan had only humiliated Tao Qianji's woman, the far-sighted empress wouldn't care about such trivial matters. The officials of the Southern Imperial Court had also suffered many such grievances in the past 20 years. Perhaps even Fatty Dong wouldn't shed all pretense of cordiality. This kind of imperceptible and extremely disgusting act of slandering the morale of the Southern Imperial Court was something that the Morong clan's descendants could easily do. After the matter was settled, the imperial city would receive a large number of cheers and applause, and the elders of the clan would also feel proud. As for Tao Qianji's delicate and tender wife, after cousin got tired of playing with her, she would definitely be passed around the circle of nobles in the imperial city. It was inevitable that she would be reduced to a broken shoe that everyone would step on and wear. Cousin would also be able to take advantage of this situation to take a step closer to the core of the circle. After all, in the imperial city, it wasn't difficult to buy a beautiful woman with money. However, if it was the wife of a Chong regent, then it would be rare. Both sides had their own plans. Morong Jiangshan wanted to snatch a woman to pave the way for the imperial city. If he couldn't get this unsmiling demonic hero to help him, then it wouldn't matter. When he returned to the clan, he would ask the elders to pay him a visit. He didn't believe that there would be a man who wasn't interested in a high position and a beautiful woman. As for Xieling, he couldn't figure out the identity of that swordsman. If he died, then everyone would be happy. If he didn't die, then Xieling would secretly silence him. A pair of exquisite heart and liver was the greatest tonic to him. It was better than 100 pairs of vulgar hearts and livers. Just like what his wife had said upstairs, this kind of tonic was 1,000,000 times more precious than bird's nest and shark's fin. Even if it was the disciple of the imperial preceptor of the Taoist saint in the imperial city, if he was unlucky enough to come to the death's gate, he would also die. Xieling suddenly turned his head and looked towards the stairs on the 2nd floor. His killing intent soared. Morong Jiangshan was also shocked. A young man with a saber was holding 2 heads dripping with blood. Su Fingnian threw out a head first. This head is a gift to the Duck Head Green Inn. Please accept it as a token of my respect. Xieling held the head. His eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. Su Fingnian threw the other head to Morong Jiangshan, who had gone through a lot of trouble, and said calmly, "This one is for the Beimeng Morong clan, please accept it." Morong Jiangshan didn't take the head and let it roll beside his feet. His face was gloomy and terrifying. The devil Xieling hugged the head and put it on his chest. He raised his head and let out an ear-piercing roar. The beams of the room trembled and dust fell. Su Fingnian said calmly, Although the two women were courting death, the one with the bigger head was the one with the bigger head. But compared to them, their deaths were more aggrieved. They were probably still wondering how they died when I chopped off their heads. As for the one beside Murong Jiangshan's feet, she died in vain. After knowing that even if she walked out of the inn alive, her life would be worse than death, she used her own life to exchange for a life. That's all. What do you want to say? Do you want to die too? Murong Jiangshan didn't even need to give the order, as the bloodthirsty pawn had already leaped into the sky, bent its body and smashed towards the arrogant boy. Xieling didn't even look at the battlefield. His eyes were filled with tears. He lowered his head and kissed his wife's forehead. Then he wiped the tears from her eyes. She once said, "Hey old ghost, so be it if you lose. It's not shameful to lose to Luoyang. Why don't we farm and raise chickens and ducks? Isn't it good to die together?" He didn't agree, saying that he wanted to fight Luoyang to the death again. These years he had been crazily killing people, stealing hearts and eating livers. He didn't look like a human anymore, but she never despised him. She thought that she wouldn't be able to defeat Luoyang in this lifetime, and would die with everlasting regret. Why did you die first? She said that if there really came a day when he was just a hair away from defeating that high and mighty Luoyang, then he would peel open her chest and eat her heart and liver. Xieling's tears turned into tears of blood. Chapter 429. The paladin's fists exploded like thunder in front of Su Fengnian's chest. The horse gang leader at the border had used a long time to cut open the mirage with his Xianhua hatchet, but it was unexpectedly broken by this imperial attendant in a flash. He was originally surprised that this young machete man could leak his chi, but he did not expect that he would succeed in one blow. It was just a show. The paladin suddenly stretched his body in the air like an ape's arm, and increased his strength to smash Su Fengnian's chest. He was determined to kill this reckless fledgling on the spot. Su Fengnian bent his body like a drawn bow. His head and feet did not move, and he used the depression of his chest and back to resist the tide-like punch. In a flash, his right hand pressed on the paladin's head and was about to smash it. The paladin sensed that something was wrong. This young man was really ruthless. They had just started fighting, and he wanted to destroy both Jade and Common Stone. He used the method of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own men. The paladin retracted his head and leaned back. He kicked out with both legs, but they were blocked by Su Fengnian's left arm. The paladin took advantage of the momentum to bounce back. His body stuck to the wall, and his hands hooked into the wooden planks like claws. When he was about to make a second counterattack, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked down and was shocked. His heart had been pierced by a sharp hidden weapon. This young man clearly did not pull out his saber. The paladin did not realize it at the first moment, because Su Fengnian's trick was really insidious and unheard of. First, he put on a fledgling posture to fight the paladin's fists and feet, and then he took out the sharpest and smallest of the 12 flying swords, the swan and eye, and quietly placed it 1 foot behind the paladin. The sword was sparkling and translucent, and its murderous aura was restrained to the extreme. If the Xianlei was said to be full of murderous aura after it was forged, like a swordsman who killed people from 1,000 miles away, the longest flying sword, the Tai, was like a bull carrying a cauldron. The swan and eye was too unremarkable. It was as simple as a baby. Even if it was placed in front of the eyes, if ordinary people did not pay attention, they could only see a blurry mirror image, like a small piece of rippling water. When the paladin missed its attack and retreated, Su Fengnian only needed to slightly shift the Tai, ease position and aim it at the paladin's heart. As if the paladin was seeking its own death, the paladin's heart was pierced by the Tai, without any suspense. Unless one had an invincible body, it would be difficult to escape death. When experts fought to the death, how could it be as poetic and picturesque as described by the storytellers and the chronicles of wandering heroes? It had always been about who was superior and who was inferior. If they were not evenly matched, who would be willing to fight for 300 rounds? Murong Jiangshan, who was watching the battle, did not even know what had happened. In his eyes, the invincible paladin in the battlefield died an unnatural death as soon as it retreated. Its corpse fell to the bottom of the stairs, covering its chest that was bleeding like a fountain. The chi of the swan and eye flying sword remained in its body, hindering the paladin's futile attempt to recover its chi. It could be said that after the swan and I cut, although it only created a narrow gap, it was like the end of the world, separated by yin and yang. This was also the meaning of the flying sword's name Swan and I. Murong Jiangshan did not know what had happened, but when he saw the head of Tao Qianji's widow, his anger was mixed with a hint of fear. Being able to kill an imperial attendant with a flick of a finger, and being so young, could it be that he was a direct disciple of a prestigious school like the Chess and Sword Music School? It was said that Fatty Dong had a good relationship with the Chess and Sword Music School, one of the top 5 schools in Beimang. The daughter of the master of the Chess and Sword Music School was also ruined by Fatty Dong. What's done cannot be undone. Even if the master of the Chess and Sword Music School was a hero of Jianghu, he had to hold his nose and acquiesce to the marriage of his daughter to this damned Fatty as a concubine. But would Fatty Dong, who was the best at weighing the pros and cons, really dare to offend the Morong family? Su Fengnian walked down the stairs and sneered. Morong Zhangtai, don't pretend to be asleep, or else shopkeeper Xie will dig out your heart and liver and use it as a tonic. Morong Zhangtai, who was lying on the table, still did not move. Xie Ling walked over and put the lady boss's head on the table. Then, with his 5 fingers like hooks, he fished out the heart of the handsome Morong family disciple, whose acupoints were sealed when he was carried down the stairs, and put it into his mouth to chew. Murong Jiangshan was scared out of his wits. He was furious. Xie Ling, and dares to harm my Morong family disciple? Xie Ling's eyes were red, and his mouth was full of blood. He held the heart and liver in his hand and chewed it while looking at Murong Jiangshan, whose scalp was about to explode. This devil who had been led astray, and could not turn back, said without any emotion, "So it's a swordsman from the Chess and Sword Music School. The heart and liver of a righteous person is so delicious. Don't look at the same kind of heart and liver, but after eating a lot of them, you will know that each person has a different taste. Some people are like fat geese, greasy and nauseating, but not very beneficial. Some are like flying snakes and turtles, and some are slightly poisonous but can cure diseases. Some are like crab meat, which is even more delicious after being frosted. They are already top grade, and can heal broken bones, just like the one in my hand. As for the young master with the sword, he has phoenix marrow and dragon liver, which can only be found by chance. I, Xie Ling, never look at a person's face, but only at his heart and liver." Everyone in the Duck Head Green Inn knew that innkeeper Xie was a taciturn good person, and a sickly person. He was always amiable when dealing with people. However, they did not know that his good temper was cultivated by his heart and liver. Xie Ling said a lot for the first time, ignoring the timid Morong Jiangshan. He turned to Su Fengnian and said, "Since you know how to raise and ride a sword, you must have a good background. These 2 Morong people might not be as good as you. Why didn't you leave the sect later? You should at least wait until you reach the Vajra realm. You killed someone, but you didn't run away. Obviously you saw that I was seriously injured, and you think you can be bullied by dogs? Later, I will use my fingers to peel open your chest, and I guarantee that you will live to see your own heart beating. I will eat your heart and liver very carefully and slowly. Because of the severe pain, your chi will concentrate on your heart and liver, and the taste of your heart and liver will be better." When the restless Morong Jiangshan heard that Xie Ling was seriously injured, it was as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. He no longer cared about Morong Zhangtai's heart and liver, nor did he care about the little woman's head lying beside his feet. He quickly turned to Su Fengnian and said with utmost sincerity, "Young master, how about you and I work together to deal with this demon that everyone wants to kill? My Morong clan will definitely thank young master. The disciples of the Morong clan always keep their promises, and they value their promises more than their lives." Su Fengnian did not say anything. He saw Xie Ling's body darting out of the forest like a cheetah, rushing to Morong Jiangshan's front. He broke Morong Jiangshan's neck with one hand and hammered on Morong Jiangshan's waist with the other hand, accelerating the circulation of Morong Jiangshan's blood and qi. Then he lowered his head and bit on Morong Jiangshan's chest. As if he was drinking water, he swallowed the second heart of the day, casually throwing away Morong Jiangshan's warm body. Xie Ling raised his head with an intoxicated and satisfied expression. This scene was not inferior to the cruel description of hell in the Buddhist scriptures. Those who were timid would have already fainted. Xieling's pair of creepy blood-red eyes made people not dare to look into his eyes. On the second floor, a dizzy little girl was lying between the railings. When she saw that the demon had discovered her, the little girl burst into tears and curled up her delicate body. She thought that if she couldn't see the demon couldn't see her either. Xialing grinned hideously and dashed to the second floor. But Su Fingnian stabbed him and stepped on his waist, causing him to crash into a pillar. Under his stomp, the thick stone floor almost cracked. However, Xieling's body was soft and boneless. He circled around the pillar with his head and legs touching it. With a slight smile, he stared at Su Fingnian and said, "Young man, you are so impatient. I thought that this little girl who had the least right to live was your bait, but I didn't expect that you would be able to tell the truth just by testing her. I get it now. It's not that you want to kill Tao Qianji's widow. It's that she knows that she wants to live an ignoble life. She wants to die for her innocence, but she wants you to protect this little girl. So it seems like you are indeed sent by Tao Qianji's sworn brother Dong Zhua. Are you from the pretentious chess and sword music school? Or the Fox and Tiger Mount Tibbing?" Su Fingnian, who spoke the most authentic Beimang accent, smiled and said, "If I say that I'm from Beiliang, would you believe me?" Black blood seeped out of the corner of Xieling's mouth. It was unknown whether it was the backlash of the evil art or some other mystery. He said calmly, "Even if you say that you are the prince of the Liang dynasty, I would believe you." Xieling's body slithered like a ghost. In the end, he bent his knees and nailed his hands and feet to the wooden pillar. Black blood and saliva mixed together and fell to the ground. The demon who ate people's hearts and livers to increase his power squeezed out a smile and said, "No matter who you are, your heart and livers are mine. I will hang your corpse in the desert and dry it. If you are unlucky, you will be eaten by eagles." Su Fingnian was expressionless, but his eyes were clear. Xialing probably didn't see the despair and fear he expected, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His feet broke the thick pillar, and his body shot towards the young master, who was carrying a short blade, but riding a flying sword. The two collided, and the huge impact forced Su Fingnian's back to smash through the wall. Xialing, who was nimble beyond imagination, almost instantly broke through the wall and left the inn. A knee strike that could split iron and stone was stopped by Su Fingnian's hands. Xieling's fist landed solidly on his forehead. Su Fingnian's body flew back while his palm struck the demon's temple. One person flew back like a kite with a broken string, while the other person spun a few times in the air. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, both of them didn't hold back in their attacks. After landing, neither side showed the slightest bit of embarrassment. It was obvious that it would be difficult to determine the winner of this battle without dragging it out. The red-eyed Xialing spat out a mouthful of blood and leisurely stretched his neck. He squinted his eyes and saw that the blood on the young master's forehead had gathered. It turned from bright red to purple, but it quickly faded away at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. If Xieling's fist landed on a martial artist like Morongjiang, it wouldn't be strange if all the meridians in his body were broken. Chapter 430. Then Xialing saw him take off the short knife from its scabbard. First he twisted it with 2 fingers, then flicked the scabbard. The simple short knife was like a nimble swallow circling around the beam. Xialing frowned. In Jianghu, sabers, spears, axes, and all kinds of other weapons were not rare. It was just the rough foundation of the sword-controlling technique, and could not be put on the stage. First of all, in the eyes of the experts, without enough qi to build a foundation, no matter how dazzling the weapon was when it left the hand, it would be useless. Moreover, as the saying goes, an inch shorter is an inch riskier. When the weapon left the hand, there were pros and cons. Although it increased the attack range, it exposed the weakness of not daring to fight in close quarters. Therefore, the sword-controlling technique had always been sneered at by the famous swordsman. Su Fingnian ran forward wildly. Every time the spring thunder reverberated, he flicked his fingers again. The short knife was always hovering around, spinning faster and faster. In the end, only the light of a firefly could be seen. At first, it was not extraordinary. When they were less than 50 feet away from Xialing, the man and the knife revealed their sharpness. The yellow sand on the ground was swept up by the spring thunder. When they were 3 feet apart, Xie Ling reached out his hand to grab the scabbard, but he did not manage to grab it. Instead, he exerted force with his 5 fingers, twisting away the hidden qi. Xie Ling clicked his tongue a few times, ignoring the fact that his palm was bleeding from the rolling qi. Su Fengnian arrived in the blink of an eye and cupped his hands 3 times. The first 2 attacks were blocked by Xie Ling's brute force, but the last time, Xie Ling used his 10 fingers to grab Xie Ling's chin and gave him a violent push, causing the great demon's body to fly into the air. Su Fengnian strode forward, creating 2 potholes on the ground. The 2 spring thunder scabbards with surging qi intertwined in the air and rushed toward Xie Ling like a waterfall. Xie Ling, who was suspended in the air, laughed loudly. He supported himself with one hand and spun his body like a top, crushing the 2 ferocious qi that contained the majestic sword will. After Xie Ling succeeded, he did not hurry to stand still. He maintained the strange posture of supporting himself with one arm, and his head facing the ground. He looked at Su Fengnian and laughed darkly. There is a song from the chess and sword music school, and a sword technique that originated from the Liyang sword godly Chuangong's Shukai style. It seems to be called the sword qi rolling dragon wall. What is your relationship with this outstanding disciple of the headmaster's sword qi? The 9 cavalrymen finally couldn't hold themselves back and broke into the inn. When they saw their 2 masters had their hearts dug out like peeling oranges, and the gatekeeper dead at the bottom of the stairs, they were shocked beyond words. Although they were the Morong family's personal guards and didn't need to care about the iron law of Beimang's army, the death of Morong Zhangtai and Morong Jiangshan meant that the country had its own laws, and the family had its own rules. The Morong family had accumulated power for hundreds of years, so there was no difference between ruling the family and ruling the army. All of them would be sentenced to death. After the 9 cavalrymen looked at each other for a short while, they didn't hesitate to rush out of the inn. They jumped on their horses and rushed towards the battlefield where Xie Ling and Su Fengnian were fighting. If they returned alive, their families would be heavily implicated, but if they died with their masters, they would be richly rewarded. The rules of Beimang didn't allow them to cherish their lives. 2 of the cavalrymen were cut in half along with their horses by the sword qi. Most of them had their hearts dug out by Xie Ling. The last cavalryman wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that his heart and liver would be eaten. When he was about to retreat, Xie Ling grabbed his horse's tail and threw him and his horse toward a cold sword qi. Xie Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the young master with pity. He said, as expected of the famous sword qi rolling dragon wall, it's quite interesting. Unfortunately, 9 dragons is the limit. All 9 of them have been eaten by me. Brat, what other skills do you have? Show them all before you die. Su Fengnian looked at the demon as if he was looking at an idiot. He said softly, it's true that there are only 9 dragons in the sword qi rolling dragon wall, but can't I do it again? You ate hundreds of hearts and livers, but your power didn't increase. Why did you eat your own brain? Xie Ling laughed instead of being angry. He hooked his finger and said, don't be so quick with your words. The sword qi rolling dragon wall is one of the few top sword moves that can integrate sword intent and sword moves. But it also depends on who is using it. Brat, you are still inexperienced. If you don't believe me, you can try it again. Su Fengnian, who had spring thunder swirling around him, smiled. Oh, the scarlet-eyed Xie Ling placed his fists on his chest and roared. With him as the center, countless small cracks appeared on the ground. Xie Ling's eyes were cold. He grinned and said, you've learned this ability to eat hearts and livers to live forever. It's not something that can be seen in the light of day. I've only used it once on the head of the demonic path, Luoyang. Brat, you can die without regrets. Bang! Blood mist filled the air. Xie Ling's remaining qi acupoints numbered over 300. Countless threads of blood soaked through his clothes and broke out of his body. They scattered but didn't scatter. Finally, they condensed into 6 scarlet snakes the thickness of a thumb. They swam in the air like pythons spitting out their tongues, choosing people to swallow. Xie Ling wasn't in a hurry to give Su Fengnian a fatal blow. Instead, he continuously stepped on the corpses outside the inn. Every time blood splattered, the 6 snakes would gather together. The snakes gradually grew from the thickness of a thumb to the size of a woman's wrist. When Xie stood on a badly mutilated corpse of a cavalry, the great demon with 6 red snakes coiled around his body spread out his arms. He bent his knees slightly and let out a roar towards the sky. It contained endless grief and hatred. Luoyang. In Xie life, in order to reach the peak of the martial path, he didn't hesitate to walk on this narrow path that everyone despised. He had originally vaguely seen the hope of going to the top of the mountain to look at the magnificent world, but he was forcefully knocked down from the finger-profound realm by Luoyang, who was 100 times more powerful than him. Luoyang was so high and mighty. Xie hated Luoyang to the bone. He hated this idiot who said that he was delusional and wanted to devour an elephant. Xie could tolerate losing to a young master who was already above tens of thousands of people, but he couldn't tolerate this young man's disdainful gaze and light tone. The most delicious set of heart and liver under the heavens is none other than Luoyang's. Xie looked back at the inn, tears of blood flowing down his face. How many women in the world who smiled sweetly and spoke words of love from the bottom of their hearts were really willing to give up their hearts for their loved ones? Chapter 431. Su Fengnian was dressed in black and white. Although his clothes were badly damaged from the long journey and the battle, he still looked charming as he stood there quietly. Xie red eyes stared at this dissolute and elegant young master, who was as repulsive as Luoyang. He said stiffly, "Any last words?" Su Fengnian hung the spring thunder on his waist and shook his head with a smile. Xie dashed forward, and wherever he went, the wind and sand billowed. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His breath was bottomless like a dragon drinking water. The second last realm of the big yellow palace was the Qi Sea. This was the real mystery of being undefeatable as the Golden Buddha. The two collided. Su Fengnian's feet were rooted to the ground, and he slid backward in the yellow sand, but he never left the ground. The 6 blood-red snakes were like whips hitting a mirage. The two opposing vital qis clashed and burned, and the smoke was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The blood snakes couldn't get close to him for the time being. Xie punches and kicks were unrestrained and powerful. Every time Su Fengnian couldn't resist with his strength, he would be sent flying for more than 10 feet. Xie didn't give Su Fengnian any chance to catch his breath. Before Su Fengnian could steady himself, his punches and kicks whizzed past. The outside of the inn was filled with devastation. In the sandstorm, Xie face was distorted like an ancient beast that had just been released from its cage. His eyes were bleeding, and his face gave people the illusion that he had lost his mind. He seemed to have gone mad and treated this young man who was close to him as his old enemy, Luoyang. He roared, "Outside Chuanda City, more than 1,000 people have died in your hands. Participants, bystanders, innocent people, as long as you can see, they were all killed by you. What a bloody river. I took advantage of the situation to break through the Vajra realm and achieve the mysterious finger realm, reaching the 8 snakes devouring elephants. How old are you? How many people have you eaten? How can you defeat me? Because of you, my realm fell to the bottom of the Vajra Valley. My act of eating people's hearts and livers was seen by the world, and I almost became a rat on the street. How can I be ranked as one of the top 10 devils with you? If I'm not first, what's the use of being second? Luoyang, do you know how much your heart and liver can help me increase my cultivation? I've been thinking about eating you day and night. Not just your heart, but your entire body. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart." The two of them finally opened up some distance between them. Xie stood still like a demon god, and the 6 red snakes slithered around him. Su Fengnian knelt on one knee. His face was as pale as paper. Due to the chaotic flow of qi, the skin on his face turned into rootless duckweed. Before it could fall, it turned into powder. Xie scarlet eyes glistened as he said in a hoarse voice, "You really aren't Luoyang. You're too weak." Su Fengnian looked up and smiled. He slowly stood up. Tired. He folded his arms around his abdomen and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi, sword qi, and death qi. Then he ascended Kunlun. His face was rosy, and a red date mark appeared on his forehead. If that was the case, Xie would only regard it as a momentary recovery of consciousness. 3 times he traveled the sea. In such a dangerous situation, he was hammered again and again, opening the extreme spring of the remaining 6 acupoints. Su Fengnian, who revealed his true face, waved his sleeves. His elegant demeanor was peerless, like an immortal who had entered the mortal world. Xialing frowned. He made a stifled sound from his throat. It was like a blunt knife grinding a stone, but also like a mouse gnawing on a corpse. It was extremely unpleasant to hear. Su Fengnian said calmly, "I've heard of the demonic cult serpent swallowing an elephant. The Tide Listening Pavilion has a copy of half of it. It's said that if you eat the heart and liver often, you can achieve immortality. However, you've cultivated for many years. You should know that the repercussions are endless. Do you really believe that the guy who gave you this tattered secret manual had good intentions? Are you sure you weren't cheated by the peddlers selling dog skin plasters by the roadside?" Xialing was extremely angry. The 6 blood-red snakes with unparalleled evil aura bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Su Fengnian asked, "Aren't you curious why I don't take out my saber? Do you think that I'm as King crazy as you?" Su Fengnian took out his spring thunder saber and threw it high into the air. Xialing was shocked. Su Fengnian was exactly the same as Xialing's previous rampage. He used the momentum he accumulated to reach the peak to kill Xialing, as if he wanted to destroy both jade and common stone. After reaching the Vajra realm, Xialing, who had almost never fought with someone of the same realm, was extremely cautious. His cultivation was profound. In terms of killing methods and strategies, it was actually far less frightening than his eating of the heart and liver. However, this brat was born ferocious. He was only a fledgling in the Vajra realm. Xialing didn't believe that he would die here. The imposing young man with the saber suddenly retreated. He didn't care about the stagnation and injury caused by the reverse flow of qi. This young man, who had faced Xialing's treacherous technique countless times, appeared to have a firm will. He stared at the direction behind Xialing with his eyes wide open. He said in shock, "Luoyang." Luoyang. 2 words. Luoyang, this person, and even this name, had already been engraved in Xialing's heart. Xialing's thoughts turned. After being stunned for a moment, he laughed wildly. This young man's tricks were extremely laughable, even if he took 10,000 steps back. So what if he was stabbed by the saber? Looking up, Xialing saw the saber user holding the scabbard with both hands and thrusting it down. If Demon Xia had the leisure to take a look around, he would have realized that this stab had created an unusual and terrifying scene. The yellow wind within a radius of a few hundred feet seemed to have stopped in an instant. Much of the flying dust stopped in the air. The stillness and movement caused a sudden disturbance between heaven and earth. Following an invisible arc, all the qi flowing on the ground flowed backward like a boat going against the current and gathered at the tip of the scabbard of the spring thunder saber. Everything happened in an instant. But in an instant, life and death had already happened. Other than Xuanda City, Xialing, who felt a calamity for the first time in his life, raised his fists above his head and roared. Other than his voice, blood also gushed out. It was hard to say if it was a saber or a sword. The scabbard of the spring thunder saber stabbed down. Through the 6 coiling blood snakes, through the vigorous astral wind, through his fists, and through the top of Demon Xialing's head. The earth-shaking storm exploded and spread to the Duckhead Green Inn. The entire inn, which was sturdy enough to block the storm, shook incessantly. Su Fengnian used the unsheathed spring thunder to nail the great demon's head to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly took out a jade-green flying sword bamboo horse from his sleeve. He sat down cross-legged and nurtured the sword. As he fed the sword, he cursed, "I secretly learned a sword that can make immortals kneel. Are you going to King kneel or not?" Chapter 432. Those who were able to leave behind an intact corpse outside the Duckhead Green Inn could be considered lucky. Broken limbs and bones were everywhere as far as the eye could see. Some of them were even more miserable as they were trampled into meat paste by the devil. Xialing. Su Fengnian sat on the ground and fed his flying sword bamboo horse before putting it back into his sleeve. He then turned his head to look at the devil path's ambitious and ruthless person, who was still considered complete except for the head. When Xialing arrogantly asked if he had any last words, His Royal Highness originally wanted to say that he was lucky enough to survive and bury Xialing and his wife in the same coffin. However, he was afraid that the devil path would be alerted and think highly of him. So he swallowed those words. Naturally, he loathed Xialing for his age and heart, But he didn't hate him. In the Jianghu, if one wanted to stand out, they had to have their own ways. This was especially so for someone like Xie Ling who didn't have a top-notch sect to rely on. It was especially so for someone like Xie Ling who didn't have a top-notch sect to rely on. If he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely like many fledgling. However, if he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely. If he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely like many fledgling. However, if he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely. If he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely like many fledgling. But if he wasn't careful, he would die prematurely. However, if he didn't verify from the lady boss that Xie Ling had indeed fallen to the Vajra realm, he wouldn't hesitate to start a life of escape. However, after this fierce battle, while Su Fengnian was secretly glad that he survived, he also felt that it wasn't worth it for Xie Ling. He was a top-notch expert who had once reached the finger-profound realm, but his state of mind was extremely poor and didn't match his strength in the martial realm. After losing to the famous Luo Yang, he was like a woman who had been bullied, and would cry out in pain whenever someone mentioned it. Su Fengnian thought that he should fight less, and at least learn from the rascals in the marketplace. If he could win, he would act like a big shot. If he couldn't win, he could just run away. At worst, he could shout that he would be a hero again after 18 years. Su Fengnian glanced at the spring thunder that was still stuck in Xie Ling's head. Back then, Old Man Li, who wore a sheepskin coat, used an umbrella as a sword in the rain, and used a sword to make the immortal kneel to break the red armor of the talisman general. Su Fengnian sighed. How many people in the world could be like Li Chungang and return to the immortal sword realm after a disastrous fall? Li Chungang, who killed 2,600 people with a single sword, was the only one in the vast Jianghu, and there were more than 1 million people. Su Fengnian narrowed his phoenix eyes that were full of murderous intent after killing people. He looked at the tanned waiter, the soldier of the Qin dynasty, who was slowly walking out of the inn. He was not smart at all. He left the cellar where the crafty rabbit had 3 burrows. But he was also smart enough to blackmail the pitiful child who was lucky enough to survive. At that time, in the guest room on the 2nd floor, he deliberately took out his flying sword to attract the attention of the lady boss, and then cut off her head with a knife. After that, he wanted to find this disciple of Xie Ling who was known as One Move Xian. Not to mention whether or not to kill him, he wanted to be cautious and confirm the whereabouts of the soldier of the Qin dynasty. However, he did not expect to find any trace of the boy on the 2nd floor. Su Fengnian put this matter aside for the time being. The widow of Tao Qianji was not chaste, but she was decisive. She probably thought that even if she lived in this world, she would not be able to escape from Su Fengnian's grasp. She did not have the extravagant hope of guarding her husband's coffin and safely escorting him back to his hometown. She begged Su Fengnian to save her young daughter, Tao Manwu. After that, she tearfully smiled and begged Su Fengnian not to let her daughter see this scene. Su Fengnian agreed. She closed her eyes and waited for death. Before she died, she did not curse the villain who killed her husband. Instead, she cursed Fatty Dong, who was sworn brothers with Tao Qianji. She wanted this young Beimang official who did not personally escort them to Lu City to die a horrible death. A woman's mind was really hard to guess. Su Fengnian slowly stood up and did not talk nonsense with the dark waiter. He said directly, "You want to live? Sure. I'm not like your evil master who eats people's hearts and livers. I don't kill innocent people. If you let her go, I'll let you go." Qin Wuzu's hands and feet trembled more and more. The little girl's tender neck was already blue and purple. After the young man unintentionally increased the strength, she had difficulty breathing and was almost dying. Qin Wuzu, whose face was full of tears, did not realize it. He saw with his own eyes in the hidden hole how Su Fengnian killed Zaipao in the blink of an eye. He knew that this handsome young man with a mask was far from being as gentle and humble as he looked. The young man was just like an injured young wolf. He stared at the young machete man standing beside the old drunkard's body and gritted his teeth. He asked, "Do you mean what you say?" Su Fengnian calmly asked, "Why don't you try to strangle her to death?" Qin Wuzu slightly loosened his grip and hesitated. There was blood and dead people inside and outside the inn. How many coffins had been used? The young man's heart was intertwined with unspeakable grief, anger, and fear. No matter how stingy the drunkard and the landlady were, from the first day he took root in the Duckhead Green Inn, they were not close relatives. Moreover, if the old man was really stingy, he would not have taught him that life-saving skill. Qin Wuzu asked in a trembling voice, "You swear that I'll let her go? You can't kill me." The waiter hurriedly added, "You can't break my hands and feet. You can't let me live a life worse than death." Su Fingyan nodded. "I have a condition. You go and find Xieling's secret book for me. I'll return it to you after reading it. Qin Wuzu, you should know that if I really want to torture you, I have a lot of tricks." At this moment, Qin Wuzu slowly loosened his grip, but he tightened it again. After several repetitions, he finally made up his mind to let go of the little girl, and pushed her towards Su Fingyan. However, the child stood still after stumbling and did not walk towards Su Fingyan. Qin Wuzu did not care about the child's thoughts and found a way out for himself. "I'll go and find it now. But the old drunkard and the landlady are very clever in hiding things. I need some time. You can't wait impatiently and kill your way into the inn." Su Fingyan waved his hand and Qin Wuzu ran into the inn. Su Fingyan went to the little girl called Tao Manwu. Seeing her, she was so scared that she fell to the ground and did not dare to cry out. Su Fingyan sat on the steps and quietly waited for the more than 30 light cavalry of the Murong family, who would definitely return to the Duckhead Green Inn later. In the end, he did not pull out the spring thunder. This kind of subtle benefit that only heaven knew, earth knew, he knew, and Li Chungang knew. It was not inferior to the extreme spring of enlightenment. Cultivating the 12 sword embryos was a devious way to prepare for a rainy day. Cultivating the knife intent was the right way to go. When the old man with the sheep fur coat entered celestial state, he closed his sword for many years and did not use it. That was why he created the majestic scene of the sword opening the divine gate. When people encountered injustice, they would cry out. This was called saying that one would not be happy if one did not speak up. Everyone could do it, and there was no difficulty. But if one closed the sheath and did not use it, only when one was in a desperate situation could everything be cut down. This was the essence of cultivating the sword. One should know that Li Chungang once said that this old man was 30 years old, and had achieved great success in closing the sword. He only felt that there were thousands of sword intents in his chest. When he opened his mouth, he could turn the world upside down. Chapter 433. How could Su Fingyan not yearn for it? He was a dignified prince with a hereditary title. Instead of enjoying the splendor and riches, he insisted on traveling alone through the northern Mang. Did he not have the thought of forcing himself into a desperate situation step by step to nurture a blade? Were it not for his extreme admiration for the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat, at the top of Yanhui Pass city wall, facing the female devil Huang Baozhuang, who had spat out the pearls and insulted Li Chungang, Su Fingyan made a gesture of grasping the saber hilt, which was definitely asking for death. Unfortunately, this respect, even when he was about to part with the sloppy old man, he did not say it out loud. Su Fingyan took down the spring thunder and rested it on his chin. He mocked himself. Pretentious. At some point, the inferior horse had arrived at the courtyard of the inn that was no longer blocked by the city walls. It lowered its head in front of His Royal Highness and rubbed against its master. Su Fingyan reached out to stroke its mane. He laughed and scolded. "Brother, today's matter is all your fault. But it was a blessing in disguise. I didn't waste those few dozen taels of silver." Qin Wuzu clenched a yellowed ancient book. Behind the door, he was in a dilemma. In the end, he did not have the courage to use that move to take down this person who was even more terrifying than a demon. He obediently came to the bottom of the steps and presented the snake swallowing an elephant secret manual with both hands. Su Fingyan quickly flipped through the pages. He did not raise his head. He asked, "Qin Wuzu, how are you going to deal with those girls who hid with you in the cellar, especially the one called Cherry?" Qin Wuzu's mind shook. He lowered his head and did not speak. Su Fingyan tore off half of the secret manual and put it in his pocket. He threw the first half to the swarthy youth. "This half of the secret manual is to save them." Qin Wuzu accepted the secret tome that allowed the old drunkard to become the 10th person of Northern Mang's demonic path. His shrewdness could not conceal the wild joy in his eyes as he asked with reddened eyes, "If I kill a woman other than Sister Cherry, Can the young master give me a few more pages? Su Fingnian shook his head. No. Qin Wuzu's eyes gradually hardened. The little girl called Tao Manwu seemed to have a keen intuition for people's aura. She was so scared that she took a few steps back. She was clearly scared of Su Fingnian, but she still hid behind him. In the second floor, when she noticed her mother's abnormality, she also chose to stand behind the unfamiliar Su Fingnian. When Su Fingnian was about to personally witness humanity being drained away bit by bit, he smiled and said gently, I won't force you to kill the woman you like. I have half a manual with me. There are 84 pages. Later, the Morong clan's cavaliers will attack us. If you kill one cavalier, I will give you 1 page of the manual. It's up to you whether you want to do this deal or not. Soldier Qin gritted his teeth and said, I'll do it. The frightening sound of horse hooves could be heard. The little girl's face was as white as snow. She squatted at the side and gently pulled Su Fingnian's sleeve. Qin Wuzu picked up Morong Jiangshan's 60-gene iron spear and rushed out. Half an hour later, the dark-skinned teenager, who was covered in blood, limped back to the inn while dragging the iron spear. He grinned and said, Young master, they're all dead. Su Fingnian tore off 30 pages and threw them to the outlaw. Soldier Qin dipped his finger in the blood and counted the pages one by one. He raised his head and said, I killed 31 cavaliers and young master only gave me 30 pages. Su Fingnian smiled. Soldier Qin shuddered and lowered his head. He was as quiet as a cicada in winter. Su Fingnian stood up and walked back to the inn. He said softly, Help me find some clean clothes and put some money in them. I'll wait for you in the room. Oh right, when I come back, remember to bury innkeeper Xie and Lady Boss together. Also, find a coffin in Luzhou to bury the child's mother. If the day comes when you need the rest of the secret manuals, go to Bailiang and find a general called Huang Fuxi. As for revenge, I won't stop you if you have the courage. But when the time comes, you have to think about what will happen to you. In the room, Su Fingnian changed into the same simple black and white clothes. He had to admit that Soldier Qin was a very clever teenager. Su Fingnian handed a heavy bag of silver to Tao Manwu. The child pitifully held the bag with both hands and kept silent. Su Fingnian said calmly, Tao Manwu, if you want to live, the first thing you need to know is that only by working can you have food to eat. The bag of silver was too heavy. The child hurriedly bent down to hold it. Then Tao Manwu, who had a very ungraceful name, suddenly cried out, You're a bad person. I'll let Uncle Dong beat you. Soldier Qin, who was listening at the door, rolled his eyes. This little kid didn't know the difference between life and death. Wasn't he looking for death? I haven't learned the secret manuals. I won't find trouble with this guy in my life. Su Fingnian was stunned for a moment. He stared at the child's lively eyes and said with a smile, Okay, when I find a suitable time and place, I will send you to the place of Fatty Dong, who I have heard of before I met him. The little girl suddenly let go of the bag and covered her eyes. She sobbed, I didn't see your face. Don't blind me. Su Fingnian's heart tightened as he sighed quietly. He reached out his hand to rub the little girl's head and said softly, If I had reached the point where I felt apologetic towards a child, then I would have died in northern Mang. I know you are very smart. You have a talent that I don't know. You should know what is true and what is false. The little girl Tao Manwu's fingers that were covering her eyes loosened slightly. When she saw the smiling face, she hurriedly closed her eyes, but she nodded. Su Fingnian patted her little head and said, We should go. Take the luggage or there will be no food. If you don't work and starve to death, you can't blame me. Soldier Qin looked at the big and the little girl walking out of the inn, and only felt confused. Especially the young master with the saber holding the little girl, and riding away in the sunset. Soldier Qin was in a trance as if he was in a dream. Soldier Qin shivered. He touched his chest where half of the secret manual and 30 pages were hidden. He hurriedly trotted to the cellar and murmured, I have survived today. I don't believe that I will have no future in this life. Stopping abruptly, the tanned youth no longer ran towards the cellar. Instead, he went up to the 3rd floor and climbed up the ladder from a small storeroom to the roof. When he saw that the horse had completely disappeared from his sight, the youth who had experienced the ups and downs of life and death squatted on the roof and cried loudly. Under the sunset, A big and small Li people rode on the yellow sand. Darren said softly, Tao Manwu, maybe your parents don't know, but I know you can see through people's hearts, and I will keep your secret. The child bit his lips. Darren laughed. I like that ballad very much. Sing it. If it is good, I will let you see Uncle Dong earlier. The child turned his head and glanced at him. He turned his head and said hatefully, You are lying. Darren laughed. The child's eyes were red. He said to himself, I want to sing to my parents. Can they hear me? Darren said softly, I don't know. But if you don't sing, they definitely can't hear you. The child's voice was still ethereal and clear, but because of the crying, it became more and more sad. The green grass grows next year, the geese go and come back. The spring breeze blows this year. Will the young master return? The green grass on the Bluestone Road. The man in blue on the Bluestone Bridge. Humming the tune of Jean Ling whose daughter bows her head and smiles. The yellow leaves fall this year, year after year. The autumn wind rises next year. Will the wife be there? The yellow flowers flow in the yellow river. The yellow flowers in the yellow river city, fluttering yellow butterflies. Whose son's saber is in the sheath. Chapter 434. It wasn't easy for Su Fingnian to finally have a kind heart in the eyes of the world. Not long after, Su Fingnian wished he could slap himself twice. It was really not right for a man to bring a child along. Even when she was hungry, she didn't say anything. She just blinked her eyes and looked at Su Fingnian pitifully. Even when her butt hurt from sitting on the horse, she didn't cry or make a fuss. She still turned her head to look at Su Fingnian with tears in her eyes. If they were to lead the horse together, according to the rules, she would have to carry a heavy purse with no place to spend one tael of silver. Her small hands were red and swollen. When she slipped and fell on the ground, she just silently picked it up. She couldn't lift it, so she just carried it on her young shoulders. When she fell, she didn't cry out in pain. She just stood up and continued to carry it. How long would they take? If Su Fingnian was alone, he could only deal with the horse in the wilderness at night. However, now that he had Tao Manwu, Su Fingnian had to take out 2 sets of clothes. One set was for her to cushion her, and the other to cover her. Most importantly, this child didn't sleep well, and always kicked around. If it wasn't for Su Fingnian feeding the flying sword every 2 hours, this girl might have been half frozen to death after one night. A few days later, Su Fingnian couldn't stand this stubborn little girl anymore. He had to let her sleep in his arms at night. He didn't even have to deal with the great demon king Xieling. Therefore, when His Royal Highness finally saw Flying Fox City in the heart of Dragon Waste Prefecture, and saw the Hanging Sword Pavilion on top of the city wall, he felt relieved. It should be known that when His Royal Highness was young, he loved to pick up his younger brother's feet and throw him around in the snow. Otherwise, he would play with his elder sister. Huang Manor obviously liked it more. Every time he was pulled out of the snow by his elder brother, he would always have a bright smile on his face. The 3 siblings never got tired of it. Only his second sister, Su Weisheng, stood alone in the distance and looked on coldly. She was precocious, so she probably disdained to play such childish games. However, she would occasionally have a snowball fight, provided that she fought with Su Fingnian against Su Longxiang and Su Jihu. Su Jihu's body was relatively weak, so Huang Manor was instructed by his elder brother not to use too much strength. Therefore, he would always return in defeat. At this time, Su Weisheng was satisfied. She raised her sharp chin and clapped her hands. She had a cold expression, but the corners of her mouth curled up, and said that she was going to read military books. After she left, Su Fingnian and Su Jihu would look at each other and smile without saying anything. Huang Manor, who was happier to be beaten than to be beaten, didn't understand anything. He just smiled foolishly with his elder sister and brother. Ever since they had bypassed Lusheng, and especially since they had brought Tao Manwu along, Su Fingnian was often in a daze. Perhaps he was squatting on the side of the widened official road, or looking at a newly built relay station in the distance. Perhaps he was standing on a high place overlooking the vast wilderness. He would even stop when he found a nameless lake with irrigation tools imported from Jiangnan. In the end, Tao Manwu was only a naive child of 6 or 7 years old. It was already not easy for him not to cry to death because of his parents' death. However, She could easily see through people's hearts and see the true emotions hidden under all the darkness. She knew who had evil intentions and who had a cold face but a warm heart. She had spent day and night with this bad person who had put on a new face. When they arrived outside Feihu City, she saw for the first time that he revealed a happy heart. She couldn't help but feel warm. As they approached the city gate, Su Fingnian dismounted from the horse and carried Tao Manwu down from the horse's back. He led the horse with one hand and the child with the other, and walked towards the city gate. The child's small hands were red and swollen like steamed buns. After he carefully punctured the blisters, it was very likely that new blisters would form, and then old blisters. Su Fingnian did not make things difficult for this child who had a rough background. He hung the luggage on the horse's back. Seeing a group of horses rushing out of the city, Su Fingnian pulled the horse to the side and stood aside. The young man in the lead was wearing an expensive mink coat and had a cold face. The 6 family soldiers behind him were all wearing light armor and carrying broadswords. There was a quiver with arrows hanging on the horse's back. Su Fingnian saw that the arrows were slightly worn but did not affect their accuracy. He was neither a rich person nor a fancy person. Therefore, he thought highly of this son of the Beimeng family of generals. The city gate guards who had been making things difficult for the common people immediately bowed and watched them leave with a smile. There was no ridicule or jealousy in their smiles, only awe. The sharp-eyed guards at the city gate had checked the travel permit for leaving the village. When they saw Su Fingnian's inferior horse that was not even worth mentioning, they lost their interest in plucking the feathers from the goose that passed by and generously let him pass. Passing through the dim and cool city gate, Su Fingnian subconsciously raised his head to look and smiled. He did not even know whether Miss Hehe was alive or dead. How could she stick to the top of the cave like a gecko and give him a blow? Back then, Su Fingnian was actually vexed about this kind of unexpected surprise, but he also had a kind of morbid expectation and gratitude. At that time, he had the immortal Li Chungang by his side, so His Royal Highness did not have the opportunity to make a move. Only Hehe, who had always regarded the top 10 experts in the world and the land immortals as nothing, stalking whoever she wanted to kill like gangrene attached to the bone. This was undoubtedly a spur to Su Fingnian. However, he still did not understand why she would still bear the fate disaster for him in the end if she had mercilessly tried to kill him in the reed marsh without the slightest bit of exaggeration. Passing through the city gate, Su Fingnian was full of self-mockery. Was it because he was too heartless that he could not understand the exquisite thoughts of those outstanding women? Take Sweet Potato of Wutong Garden for example. He only realized her identity as a death warrior after practicing his saber skills. He originally thought that she was just a plump koi fish in the Tide Hark Lake, who would lose weight if she was not fed and would starve to death if she was not fed. The truth was that she had secretly blocked countless disasters for him, and her hands were stained with the red of rouge. Perhaps the moment before he slept on her lap, she had just killed a few moths that had snuck into the prince's mansion and crushed them like a wick. In the vast territory of the Beimeng dynasty, there were many miracles of scholars entering the imperial court. After the unavoidable turmoil at the beginning, there were countless cases of nobles of the Beimeng dynasty killing outsiders. There were even cases of hundreds of people being killed. However, as the Empress of Beimeng passed down the laws to every corner of the empire, dozens of descendants of the Yelu and Murong clans were killed. Many high-ranking court officials were punished and demoted. She ruled the north with an iron fist as usual, and comforted the south with a rare tenderness like an old cow licking its calf. That was how the current stable situation was created. The second generation of descendants of the Beimeng dynasty began to consider themselves as citizens of Beimeng, and were deeply grateful to the wise and mighty Empress. Chapter 435. Empress Murong once spent 2 years personally visiting every inch of land under her skirt. Everywhere she went, especially in those majestic cities and huge towns, there were countless people kneeling in front of her. After the late Emperor Li Yang unified the spring and autumn period, and the new emperor ascended the throne, did he ever go to the old 8 kingdoms? Did he ever come to Beiliang? Su Fingnian put away his luggage in the room. All the important things were on him, so he didn't care if they were stolen or not. On the other hand, the little girl stayed next to the bag full of silver fragments and refused to eat. She had probably worked hard to carry it all the way and had developed feelings for it. If it disappeared, she would probably die of sadness. Su Fingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Idiot, if it was stolen, wouldn't it be easier for you? Let's go eat. Your little stomach has been growling for a long time. It's not a ballad, so I don't want to hear it." The little girl Tao Manwu had a serious expression on her face that said, "If it's stolen, I won't be responsible." Su Fingyan laughed and joked, "Don't worry if it's really stolen, it's not your fault. However, I will use banknotes to exchange for silver fragments of the same weight for you to continue carrying." The little girl, who had always done things methodically, wanted to cry after she confirmed that this person, who wasn't too bad, wasn't joking. If Su Fingyan's heart softened just because of this, he would be underestimating His Royal Highness's coldness and heartlessness. He said 2 words, "Eat." Tao Manwu followed behind him and threatened timidly, "I won't sing ballads for you anymore." Su Fingyan didn't even turn his head. He said, "Okay, I was going to be merciful and give you a bowl of rice, but now I'll deduct half a bowl and you're not allowed to eat vegetables." Tao Manwu immediately said, "Then I won't sing for you tomorrow." Su Fingyan's mouth held a warm smile and his eyes were gentle, but he didn't say anything. The little girl suddenly became excited because even though she couldn't see his face, she knew that he was smiling. After sitting down, Su Fingyan ordered 2 bowls of rice with 1 meat dish and 3 vegetables. The little girl, Tao Manwu, had a very good upbringing. She didn't talk when eating or sleeping. At a young age, she had the demeanor of a virtuous lady. However, it was a pity that she wasn't a beauty. When she grew up, she would probably only have an average appearance. It was probably because she looked more like her father, Tao Qianji, and didn't inherit her mother's face shape. Even if a woman was graceful and virtuous, being praised for being beautiful on the inside, it was still a kind of helplessness and regret that she didn't have the beauty that would captivate the birds and beasts. The only meat dish on the table was a fish snakehead. The cooking method was simple. After washing off the mud, cut open the fish's belly, put half a tail of pepper and 3 or 4 cloves of garlic into the fish's belly, and cook it with soybeans. Just before it was cooked, a few finger-sized radishes were added, and chopped green onions were sprinkled on top. Then it was served on the table. There was a soup among the vegetarian dishes, a medicinal soup made from 5 types of tree branches. Su Fingyan could only recognize 4 types: mulberry tree branch, kwai branch, willow branch, and peach branch. This table of dishes that nourished the stomach only cost 41, which could be considered a bargain. It should be known that 1,001 was only 1 tael of silver. This made Su Fingyan, who had seen the prices of all the dishes on the row of bamboo sticks on the counter, fall into deep thought. The Confucian nobles of each dynasty and each generation had been earnestly persuading the emperor to listen to these words. However, how many of them were willing to lower themselves to haggle over a meal and a dish? It was likely that the emperor would not be willing to listen to them. Discussing this with the important ministers was like a vegetable vendor discussing with an old farmer. If this were to spread out from the imperial study in the throne room, wouldn't they be laughed at to death by the scholars of the world? Su Fingyan glanced at Tao Manwu, who was eating with his head lowered. She originally wanted to pick up a piece of the fragrant fish with her chopsticks, but after seeing the gaze of the bad guy in front of her, she silently retracted her chopsticks. Su Fingyan picked up a piece of white and tender fish for her, and calmly said, "In the future, use your chopsticks yourself." He did not forget to remind her, "Be careful of the fish bones. If you get pricked, I'm not willing to spend money to buy vinegar." The little girl raised her head and smiled. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Peach, can't you have a little backbone? You were bought over by a piece of fish with a chopstick?" In public, he had agreed to call her by her new nickname, Peach. At first, the little girl resisted by remaining silent. Later, Su Fingyan hardened his heart and did not want to ride a horse or walk on foot. He made her carry the money bag for a long time. She agreed by nodding her head after Su Fingyan called her Peach again. Only then did Su Fingyan carry her onto the horse and move forward. The little girl bit her lips and sobbed for a long time with her shoulder burning with pain. Su Fingyan ate quickly and left some leftovers for Tao Manwu. Then he patiently waited for her to slowly chew and eat until she was full. He leaned against the window railing and looked at the downtown area, counting the grain stores, cloth stores, and pawn shops. When the little girl finished all the food and said that it was done, Su Fengnian came back to his senses. He did not rush to get up and asked for a pot of tea from the waiter. This made the innkeeper, who was sitting behind the counter, beam with joy. A pot of tea was not very profitable, but looking at this young master's attitude, it was obvious that he would spend a lot of money on the inn. This was called small streams flow long. In small businesses, it was impossible to become rich overnight. What they relied on was these small windfalls. The waiter was familiar with the innkeeper's abacus and understood tacitly. When he served the tea, he smiled warmly. When Su Fengnian drank the tea, he softly said, "Knock on the golden beam." Tao Manwu obediently closed her mouth and knocked on her teeth 36 times. "Beat the heavenly drum." The little girl gently raised her hand and knocked on her temples 18 times. "Bath noodles." The little girl, who was sitting upright and still, closed her eyes slightly and rubbed her palms until they were warm. Then she put her 5 fingers together and stuck her little finger to the side of her nose. She pushed her palms and fingers up, passing between her eyebrows and moving up to the hairline on her forehead. Then she rubbed the sides of her temples and slowly moved down to her cheeks, until she stopped at her cheeks. She repeated this for a total of 6 times. Su Fengnian drank up a cup of tea. Tao Manwu also completed 3 tasks in a well-behaved manner. Su Fengnian was very adept at multitasking. Otherwise, he would never have dared to play with 2 knives in front of White Fox. After the little girl finished this set of Taoist exercises, she continued to look at the bustling city and ponder. In the Beiliang Palace, no matter how much bloody news came from the hidden life and death in Beimang, they could only see the cold numbers and words. How many cavalries did Beimang have, the distribution of the cities, and the status of the war horses? As for the most trivial details, Li Yishan, the Beiliang scholar, said that it was best for His Royal Highness to personally go to these things. This chief strategist of Beiliang who had imprisoned him for 20 years did not have a son. Although he did not say it, he did indeed treat His Royal Highness as his own flesh and blood. However, he still agreed with His Royal Highness to be exiled to Beimang. As elegant as Li Yishan was, he also gritted his teeth and cursed, saying that a gentleman would not stand on a collapsing wall, and that Beiliang did not need a gentleman king of Beiliang in the future. It could be seen how serious his wariness towards Beimang was. Su Fengnian still clearly remembered that when he handed over the hand-drawn geographical map, Li Yishan, who never admitted to being his master, was silent. He who was terminally ill and did not have many years left to live, said at the end to go get 2 jugs of wine. Today he was going to drink with the scenery of the 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. This was a man who had once cooked with Zhao Chongling using half of the country as food to go with wine. Chapter 436. Su Fengnian went to Luqing to kill people, but he came to Flying Fox City to look for someone. This was because Su Xiao wanted His Royal Highness to pass a message to that person. However, Flying Fox City might not be big, but it was definitely not small either. Su Fengnian was unfamiliar with the place and the people, so it was extremely difficult for him to find a needle in a haystack. The business of the restaurant was cold and cheerless. Su Fengnian caught a glimpse of the inn's waiter, who was probably tired of watching beautiful women coming and going outside the window, so he sat down at the next table and dozed off. He tilted his head and covered his face with a wet towel to cool down the heat. Su Fengnian was wondering if he should ask for another pot of tea, so that he could ask questions. Unexpectedly, the fat innkeeper, who was observant, took the initiative to bring a new pot of tea over and sat down. He said with a smile, "You are a guest, and it is fate that we meet. This pot of tea is a gift from me to young master. I don't want to pay for it. The tea leaves are pre-Ming tea from the old southern Tang. Usually, I am reluctant to drink it, so there are only 8 or 9 taels left. However, no matter how reluctant I am, it will give off a moldy smell if I put it down. Seeing that young master is so kind, would you like to have a drink with me?" Su Fengnian hurriedly smiled, and said some polite words of gratitude. Although Tao Manwu was a little girl with a good family background, she was not lacking in etiquette. Without Su Fengnian saying anything, she obediently and cleverly got up and moved a bench for the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper felt more and more comfortable. After sitting down, he poured 3 cups of tea, and did not forget to give a share to the sensible girl. Tao Manwu looked at Su Fingyan cautiously. After seeing him nod, she held the cup and tasted the tea carefully. Looking at her skillful posture, the shopkeeper knew that this pair of big and small were not just common people who regarded drinking tea as a vassal of culture. They were probably scholars who went out to visit relatives in Longyao province, or went out to study with their relatives. Doing business also paid attention to casting a long line to catch a big fish. The shopkeeper knew this very well. The reason why the inn could be half dead was that it was supported by those regular customers who were not short of money, but cared about their reputation. Otherwise, his whole family would have been starved to death long ago. Flying Fox City did not have many things, but there were a lot of hoodlums. Every family who opened their doors to make money had to bite off a piece of meat. It was not painful, but small businesses could not withstand 6 or 7 forces coming to cut off their meat and pluck their hair every month. These troublesome little devils who flaunted their prowess behind the king of hells, but did not remember good things, and did not care about kindness. If one did not serve them well, they would make a scene and cause trouble. It was very annoying. If one were to go to court, the god of fortune had said that peace would bring wealth. Who would have the courage and financial resources to deal with the cold-faced but cold-hearted officials? In the past, there used to be a restaurant owned by a foreigner on the street next door. It made a lot of money every day because it had a backer. It was said that the backer was the brother-in-law or nephew of the concubine of a 6th-grade guerrilla warfare general at the border. The business was so good, but the man was unwilling to take out more than a dozen taels of silver to show filial piety. Later, dozens of hoodlums squatted at the door every day. How could any customers come? The restaurant owner was young and impetuous. When he went to the government to complain, the people of Flying Fox City gathered to bask in the sun, and did not break the law. Who would want to talk to him? Later, he moved out of the city with his family, and was beaten up by a group of masked men who put a sack over his head. The shopkeeper took a sip of tea and asked with a smile, "Judging from your accent, you're not a local, are you?" Su Fingyan nodded and said, "I'm from Gusai State. I told my family that I was on a study trip, but in fact, I'm just looking for an opportunity to see the world. Coincidentally, I don't have any elders to nag at. When I heard about Flying Fox City, I secretly came here." The shopkeeper showed a knowing smile that all men understood. He was probably amused by the customer's frankness. He said, "Ha, you're a man of character. Not bad, not bad. There are 4 strange things happening in our Flying Fox City. And one of them is that the bitch Flying Fox is very loyal to her friends. Her words are very crude, but they are the truth. If young master wants to go, I can recommend a few brothels. Jiangbo brothel is undoubtedly the most famous one. You can easily get 100 taels of gold and silver for a night. The high officials and dignitaries of Longyao province all like to drink there. If they run into trouble and can't find a way out from the government, they are used to waiting there. In my opinion, the big brothels in Jiaqing's Bottle Alley are more affordable. The women there are beautiful, and they are proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, they don't have enough reputation, so they don't have the confidence to shout out sky-high prices. Many young girls, as long as they have good lyrics and songs, and have scholars to help them promote, they might become popular people in Feng Feng brothel in a few years. I know an old brother who spent 40 taels of gold and silver for a night with a young girl in Bottle Alley. Young master, guess what? Now he is the most popular person in Feng Feng brothel. Young master, you are the most popular person in Feng Feng brothel. I know an old brother who spent 40 taels of gold and silver for a night with a young girl in Bottle Alley. Young master, guess what? He is now the most popular person in Feng Feng brothel. She is now a famous lady in Feng Feng brothel. Let's not talk about doing anything else. Just meeting a group of people and listening to songs costs 10 taels of silver. Although my brother's family is well off, he can't afford her anymore. If young master has an acquaintance to show you the way, it will only cost 20 or 30 taels of silver a night. Hey, look at old son's broken mouth. Anyway, if young master wants to go and return in high spirits, you should go to Bottle Alley first. After you have a rough idea of the place and have money, you can go to Feng Feng brothel. It is safer." Su Fingnian said with a hearty smile. Old brother son, just based on your words, you don't have to treat me to this pot of tea. I appreciate your kindness, but I will still pay for it. Just treat it as you helping me spend less money. How much is it? Pay it. The shopkeeper didn't refuse politely. He raised his thumb and praised. Young master, you are a kind person. Su Fingnian continued to ask. Old brother son, don't call me young master. It sounds estranged. My surname is Su. Just call me Little Su. My family is in the porcelain business. You can say that we are both businessmen. I didn't dare to bring too much money on this trip. If I went to Feng Feng brothel rashly because of its reputation, I would be in big trouble. It would be impossible for me to go to Eastern Jianzhou comfortably. By the way, you said that there were 4 strange things in Flying Fox City. What are the other 3?